Electricity Act 1989 and direction under section 57.2 of the Town and Country Planning Scotland Act 1997 for the construction and operation of a 17 turbine wind farm at a height of 136.5 metres, which would be located approximately 7 kilometres west of Inverary and 4.5 kilometres south of Portsonican and Argyll. My name is Alison Cord. I am a reporter with the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division. I have been appointed by Scottish ministers to consider this application and report my findings and recommendations to them. Now, although this inquiry today is unusually happening virtually, it is a public inquiry, and the inquiry will be webcast live at www.dpe.publicitv/core/portal/home. The video record of the inquiry will be retained on the website until after the public application is determined. By taking part in the virtual inquiry, you are consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of those images and sound recordings and any information contained in them for webcasting and training purposes and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. Now, for the benefit of those watching, I just want to briefly explain the process this week. Today and tomorrow we will hear evidence on peat matters from the applicant and from Nature Scot, which you may be more familiar with as Scottish Natural Heritage. On Thursday we will hear evidence from the applicant and Argyll and Bute Council on landscape and visual matters. Now, these first few days will be formal inquiry sessions, and for those not familiar with the process, the normal sequence of events is that we hear the advocate or solicitor introduce their witness, and they give what we refer to as evidence in chief. The witnesses have prepared written statements called precognitions, which have been prepared in advance. These statements, along with all the inquiry documents, and these are referenced as core documents, are all available to view on our website. And we agreed previously that precognitions would be taken as read today. The witness is then cross-examined by the opposing party. So what will happen this morning is we'll hear from the applicant's witness first, and then they will be cross-examined by Nature Scot. The witness may then be asked some further questions by their own advocate or solicitor, and that's referred to as re-examination. When all the evidence is concluded, parties have the opportunity to make a closing submission. Closing submissions are, on this occasion, to be in writing, and will usually finish with the applicant closing the written exchange process. Now, following the conclusions of these sessions, the inquiry sessions I just referred to, we will be having virtual hearings, and they'll be taking place on Friday of this week. And these are less formal roundtable discussions programmed on policy matters on Friday morning and on conditions on Friday afternoon. The virtual inquiry process replaces that originally intended to take place in Inverary in June, which unfortunately had to be cancelled given the circumstances of COVID-19. Now, whilst the inquiry is focused on a few matters, my report will also consider the letters submitted by the community councils, local residents and others to the application. In addition, some matters have also been subject to further written process, including in relation to ornithology and noise. And the details of all of this can be viewed on our website. Now, as stated, the inquiry today is to consider the impact of the proposal on carbon-rich soils, deep peat and priority peatland habitat. And the applicant will read their evidence first. So I think just before we go into the applicant introducing their team today, if we could just establish a little bit of etiquette so that the webcast is working properly. If you're not if you're not one of the participants today, as in someone giving evidence or someone asking the questions, i.e. the advocate, could you turn your camera off so that we can just, this is when we start into the main process. And what should be happening for the recording is that the main party speaking should be showing up in the large screen, and the other parties should be showing up in the thumbnail. Now, at the moment, I've got Jennifer Jack showing up in the large view on my screen. So that's maybe something that Callum can look at just to make sure that that's coming across correctly on the webcast, because it should be me that's showing up larger, given that I'm the person speaking at the moment. So our IT team can hopefully just confirm that process. Now, moving on, could I ask Mr. Trinick to just introduce those people that will be taking part today? Mr. Trinick.
Thank you, ma'am. Can you hear me?
I can, loud and clear, thank you.
Thanks. I'm Marcus Trinick of Queen's Counsel, a solicitor instructed by Wright Johnson Mackenzie, and in the room with us today are Fraser Gillis and Elizabeth Tainch of Wright Johnson Mackenzie. I will be calling two witnesses in turn, Dr. Kate Massey, who will speak to peatland habitat, and Dr. Andy Mills, who will speak to peat matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Trinick. We also have here today the team who will be leading evidence on peat for Nature Scott. Ms. Jack, could you introduce your team, please?
Yes, I'm Jennifer Jack. I'm a partner in Harper & Cloud, and I'm instructed by Nature Scott. Our Nature Scott witness for the peat and peatland carbon-rich soil session will be Dr. Andrew Cooper of Nature Scott, and in the background on the WebEx, but not participating actively, are David Law, Dr. Patricia Bruno, and Stephen Austin of SNH. Yeah, sorry, of Nature Scott.
Thank you. That's fine. Now, just to confirm again that we are using the mics just as we would use them in a real inquiry. So if you're not, when you finish speaking, if you turn your mic off. When you wish to speak, if you can turn your mic on. Now that's very important here because it's controlling how the camera is working today. So if you can just all try to rigorously observe that, then it should help with the recording today. So every time you conclude speaking, please turn your mic off. Now it's important that those participating today, particularly because we're doing this virtually, have time to follow the evidence and access any of the required documents. Pauses may be required to enable this. So I think if we're referencing a document which it's necessary for all the parties to look at, if it can just take a little bit of time, and the leading advocate, if they can just ask people to confirm by raising their hand that they have the document, so that we're making sure that everyone's keeping up with the process. And just as in a normal inquiry process, if I or the opposing side wish to intervene, we would do that by turning on our mics. But any points raised should be addressed to me in the first instance. Has anyone got anything they want to add just on that sort of etiquette of the inquiry that they think will be important to the smooth running of the process this morning? Mr. Chinnock, did you have anything in terms of just ensuring that process works as smoothly as possible?
No, I don't think so, ma'am. Let's try it and see. I'm sure it will work well.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Jack, anything that occurred to you in terms of the etiquette of how we run things today?
No, I think we'll see how we go, but I don't have anything to ask at the moment.
Mr. O'Carroll, I'll bring you in briefly, given that you will be participating in the inquiry sessions later in the week. Anything that occurs to you?
Yes, there is. My landscape witness has suggested that it would be helpful if prior to the start of her evidence, and even actually prior to the day itself, that a list of all documents that will be referred to are sent to her, or she's made aware of them, so that that might save time and make things work more seamlessly and smoothly if she already has the documents necessary in front of her for the duration of her questioning.
Thank you, Mr. O'Carroll. Now that has happened in relation to these sessions. Can I ask the applicant if that will be possible for the landscape session as well, Mr. Chinnock?
Yeah, yes, of course. I'll send a list of cross-examination documents to Mr. O'Carroll on the evening before we start the Thursday evidence.
Thank you, and obviously I will reciprocate and do likewise.
That's very helpful. I think we only received I only received the cross-examination documents for the Pete session this morning, but it's still helpful to have those in advance, just to allow the witness to prepare and hopefully allow a slightly more efficient process. Now, just before we kick off, a number of documents, there's been a bit of a flurry of documents on Friday and yesterday. I think we are now on top of all of those, and as far as I'm aware, everything has been uploaded to our website of the DPA website so that the public can view them, and also to the hyperlinked list of core documents. Is that everyone's understanding? Is everyone happy that the documents are up to date and there's no other actions required?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chinnock. Mr. Jack? Thank you. And Mr. Carroll?
Yes, thank you.
That's great. Now, I carried out my site visits the week commencing 7th of September in relation to landscape matters. We did discuss at the pre-examination meeting an accompanied visit, which would be concerned with peat matters to the site itself. Is there any progress on a date or how that might be organised? We talked about some of the difficulties given the COVID circumstance. Mr. Chinnock, anything to update on that?
I'm just speaking to Lizzie Tainch, ma'am, just a moment, get information.
Okay, I mean, we can come back to that later.
I believe we have dates. I'll come back to you.
That's great. We'll revisit that at some point. If I forget, you can remind me to do so, just so we can get that date in our diary. Now, any other business before we commence the inquiry session today, Mr. Chinnock?
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, just a couple of points. I just want to make sure that one document in particular we caught up with people, and that is the Carbon and Peatland 2016 map for Argyll and Bute, which we've listed as CD 790. It's a map which is before the inquiry, but people will recognise the new document because we've got areas set alongside classes 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 for soils. Just checking you've got that, ma'am. I
certainly have it, yes. Ms. Jack, do you have that document? It was introduced yesterday, I think. Sorry, I'm not hearing you, Ms. Jack.
Yes, I have that.
That's fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just to let you know, ma'am, that in fact all the applicants' team are all sitting in one office in Edinburgh, in fact, but for the sake of propriety, the witness is sitting in a separate room, just so people know that. The final point I had just to start with is certainly I find it helpful to get some estimates of cross-examination time before the inquiry. I can give mine. It'd be helpful to know just so we can get some idea of the time of this session.
Okay, Ms. Jack, any estimate of your cross-examination of the two witnesses in the Pete session?
I'm hopeful that we'll get through both of them in complete form today.
Okay, that's fine. And Mr. O'Carroll, are you envisaging any problems with the timetable as we set out and agreed?
No, it's adequate, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Trinnock, in terms of your cross, which would be tomorrow?
In that case, I'm satisfied we can finish tomorrow if we start Dr. Cooper either late today or tomorrow morning, whichever we'll get through. And as for Carol Anderson, I estimate no more than a couple of hours on this occasion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Any other business, or just you did mention, Mr. Trinnock, obviously that you have a team supporting. They're not visible today, and they won't be speaking at the inquiry. But it was just to make the point that we would trust that they are physically distancing and following the guidelines set out by the Scottish Government.
We made quite sure of that, and I take the point totally. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else then that anyone wants to raise before we proceed with the business of the day? Great, thank you. So now, is your witness ready to start, Mr. Trinnock? Will we give them?
Yes. And if my witness could reveal herself.
Well, Ms. Jack, you've got your hand up there.
I do. I had understood from the timetable that we were starting with Dr. Mills' evidence rather than Dr. Massey.
No, I think it's always been Dr. Massey.
I'm looking at the letter that was issued following the pre-examination meeting from the DPA from the 24th of September, and it indicates that the morning session would be the evidence of Dr. Andrew Mills.
Well, my apologies if there's any confusion there. Does it cause you a difficulty?
Just if I could have a few moments, because if you're starting with that witness, I'm going to have to change my papers around, because I have all my papers set out here for Dr. Mills' evidence.
Sorry, could I just interject here? I don't have the specific, I'd have to look back at the emails, but there was a communication that changed the order of things. And that was, that's certainly what I've got down in my timetable here.
Sorry, are you saying you've got Dr. Massey first?
That was certainly my understanding. I thought we had agreed that by email exchange.
I believe there was an email exchange when we said just that.
Oh, well, apologies if I've missed that email exchange, but if I could just have a moment then just to swap my papers over, it'll just take me a moment.
Yeah, shall we take just 5 minutes then? And during that time, the witness can get sorted out as well.
Just before you go, in terms of reading precognitions, I know what was agreed, but because this is a virtual inquiry, and I don't know who's watching on the webcast, I would propose that elements of the precognition should be read, in fact, if you're content with that.
The precognitions are relatively short. If we can, I'm keen not to protract the process. If it was just very short sections, then that you can control through your.
Yes, I can control that, and they are relatively short sections, about 2 or 3 pages. That's all.
Okay, I'm content with that. Ms. Jack,
Thank you.
Are you content with that?
Yes, I don't have a difficulty with that.
Thank you. Okay, let's take just 5 minutes then, just to let everyone get sorted out. If you can, I'll just turn off. One of the things I should have mentioned is at any breaks or coffee breaks or lunch breaks that we intend to take today, we should turn our videos off. And Callum will put up a cover screen in any event. But I'm sure no one wants to watch us drinking our coffee and having our lunch. So if we can do that, we will try to take regular breaks, and we'll aim to stop this morning for lunch at 1 o'clock. How long do parties think we should take for lunch today? Any views on that?
40 minutes, no more than that.
40 minutes.
That's my view, but I'm open to the views of others, obviously.
Miss Jack, does that sound suitable for you?
Yeah, I had thought 40, 45 minutes would be quite adequate.
Okay, let's say 45 minutes then. That's fine. And we'll stop at 1, so that means we'll be reconvening at 1:45 this afternoon. And we'll try to find a break in the evidence this morning for a short break. I think we have to see how it goes in terms of the witnesses and how difficult it's going to be virtually. If we need more regular breaks, then we can work that in. I think it's a case of seeing how that goes. So let's take a short break now then for 5 minutes, just to let people get organised. So 10:30 will reconvene. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Can I ask people to rejoin the call again, please? Thank you. Can everyone still hear everyone? Let's just do another little check. Miss Jack, you can hear okay?
Yes.
That's good. Trinick,
Yes, thank you.
that's good. And your witness is in place now?
My witness is in place. Invite her just to turn on the video and has sound.
Oh,
There we go.
That's good. So Ms. Massey has joined us. On that point, unless it's anything further, Mr. Trinick, you can lead off with your first witness, please.
Thank you, ma'am. I call Dr. Massey. Dr. Massey, you've got your precognition in front of you, have you? You are muted at the moment. Right. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
And can people hear Dr. Massey? Good, thank you very much. Dr. Massey, in addition to your first degree, your master's degree and your doctorate, you're a member of the Chartered Institute of Ecology and Environmental Management, and you're the principal ecologist at Alba Ecology. Would you please turn to electronic page 6, paragraph 2.3 of your precognition and read from there until the end, whereupon there will be some more questions.
Yes. Good morning. There's section 2.3, importance evaluation and national interest.
I think you need to get your volume up somehow. You sound a bit quiet.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Is that
That's
okay?
much. Thank you very much.
Assessing potential ecological impacts of development, such as wind farms, has been developed through ECIA.
So if you could just stop a moment. Are people having difficulty? Ma'am, can you hear Dr. Massey clearly?
Perhaps you need to move your laptop slightly nearer to you to pick up your voice. You first came across very clear there. Went quiet. Just directly facing. That's better.
Can you hear me better now?
That's much better.
That's much better.
Okay, great.
All right.
Okay. Good morning. Importance evaluation and national interest. Assessing potential ecological impacts of developments such as wind farms has been developed through ECIA best practice guidance and agreed at a national level with key organisations in Scotland, for example, SNH. In ECIA, the ecological importance afforded to habitats or species within a site is determined both by geographical context and a range of ecological characteristics the habitat or species exhibit, including relevant conservation listings. In my evidence, I demonstrate by carefully going through a range of ecological characteristics, considering the geographical context and following best practice guidance, that the blanket bog resource at Blarghour should be evaluated as of local importance.
Dr. Massey, just a minute. Someone's going to help you, but the volume isn't coming through quite as clearly as it should. Someone can help you do what's necessary there before we go on.
I just need to then.
I'm not sure if it's just proximity to the microphone or some other issue, but it's not quite working at the moment. I don't know, you, ma'am, if you're getting problems as well.
It is muffled. It seemed to be very clear when she first moved, but it then went quite quiet.
You might want to try, we are trying good headphones and a microphone may make it better if you don't mind wearing headphones. Can you speak again now, Dr. Massey, and see if we can hear you? Having switched your system to headphones.
Okay, is that better? Can you hear me now?
That sounds a lot better. Thank you very much. No, carry on from where you left. I apologise for the interruptions.
Okay. So I'm on paragraph 2.3.3. Simply appearing on a list, including the Carbon and Peatland Maps 2016 and the Scottish Biodiversity List, does not equate to a site being of national importance for this resource. Site-specific information and consideration with regard to the SIEM best practice guidance is required to determine site importance and thereby evaluating any likely significant effects in accordance with EIA regulations. National interest is not a term used in ECIA. S&H have defined national interest themselves in relation to Blanket Bog as being equivalent to the site of special scientific interest, SSI, selection criteria, and consider the Blanket Bog resource at Blarghour to meet III selection criteria. In my evidence, I systematically go through the objective SSI selection criteria and compare it with the Blanket Bog resource characteristics at Blarghour. In summary, I demonstrate that no species found within the study area has statutory protected species specifically associated with SSI habitat features. The Blanket Bog resource at Blarghour does not form part of a designated site and so is not afforded any protection through designated site status. It also does not sit adjacent to any designated site and so does not form an important stepping stone or habitat corridor for Blanket Bog species. None of the Blanket Bog resource at Blarghour was considered to be near natural. The Blanket Bog condition at Blarghour does not indicate low disturbance. Although the Blanket Bog habitat is greater than 25 hectares in size, the associated deep peat is found in smaller basins and troughs. The Blanket Bog resource at Blarghour is considered to be modified, drained, and actively eroding, as objectively defined, and is so unlikely to be normally actively peat forming. The Blanket Bog resource at Blarghour is not considered to be an exemplary example of this habitat type. The likelihood of Blanket Bog being active at Blarghour is a complex issue and is considered in detail in my evidence, rather than relying on a simple binary approach, for example, either yes or no, or simply on the presence of sphagnum. There is a general lack of natural surface pattern at Blarghour due to the current and historic detrimental land management practices of grazing, drainage, and burning. The presence of drains is unambiguously demonstrated with greater than 100 kilometres of drains mapped, and grazing pressure is unambiguously high with 1.2 sheep per hectare across the site. Therefore, Blarghour does not meet any of the SSI selection criteria set out by the JNCC, and so is demonstrably and unambiguously not of national interest. Impacts on the resource. Following ECIA best practice guidance, a series of inbuilt design layout management and mitigation measures aimed at avoiding and minimising impacts on sensitive habitats were incorporated into the design process. Habitats were taken into consideration, and my advice was considered and followed wherever possible by the team, along with other design constraints. Specifically, this included avoiding all the better quality Blanket Bog, M17A, minimising impacts on the rest of the degraded Blanket Bog, for example, M17 and M19, and avoiding and minimising impacts on deep peat, as well as other sensitive habitat types. When calculating and assessing the likely magnitude of habitat loss, a precautionary approach was used and adopted in the ES, and the predicted construction loss, which was larger than the operational loss, was used. The vast majority of the construction land take loss on Blanket Bog habitat is predicted to be on M19 Blanket Bog and mosaics of M19 Blanket Bog. Following SIEM best practice guidance, the magnitude of change that would arise as a consequence of the predicted land take on the blanket bog resource at Blarghour was defined as minor to negligible, and no likely significant effects were predicted for the blanket bog habitats. There is a growing body of policy and guidance that development plans should not just try to avoid and minimise likely significant effects. Best practice ECIA guidance recommends seeking to provide net benefits for biodiversity over and above design requirements. Several biodiversity enhancement actions were identified for the lifetime of the proposed Blarghour wind farm and include a sustained reduction in grazing pressure across 379 hectares of blanket bog habitat, drainage ditch blocking in a 140 hectare area, hag reprofiling of at least 38 hectares of eroded peat, native wood creation, predominantly on an existing non-native conifer plantation, and fence marking to avoid bird collisions. The habitat restoration measures of reduced grazing, ditch blocking, and hag reprofiling are considered highly suitable and appropriate for the blanket bog resource at Blarghour, and the scale of the potential benefits in terms of wildlife, habitat, and carbon sequestration of the proposed blanket bog enhancement work at Blarghour would far exceed the adverse effects predicted and would be guaranteed for at least the next 25 years. Were Blarghour wind farm application to be refused on the grounds outlined in SNH's objection, the following existing conditions would remain the status quo at Blarghour. Blanket bog habitats at Blarghour will continue to deteriorate through damaging and excessive grazing pressure. For most of the year, and in most places, peat will not actively form, as the on-site ground conditions will be too dry. Peat will continue to actively erode in gullies, releasing large quantities of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. And blanket bog specialists, such as greenshank and dunlin, will continue to be absent. As Blarghour is not a designated site, SNH has no mechanism for ensuring any favourable management at Blarghour if the application is refused. The applicant's plans are the only ones that guarantee a favourable outcome for wildlife, habitats and carbon sequestration, and deliver on the Scottish Government's climate emergence policy. Concluding comment.
I think we can take your concluding comments as read. I've got some extra questions for you, but before dealing with those, could you tell me, are you content wearing the headphones, or do you want to try and work out the IT without the headphones?
No, I'm content to wear the headphones.
All right, then we'll carry on. Thank you very much. Would you take up, please, CD 14.8, which is Dr. Cooper's inquiry report, and within it go to paragraph 5. Ma'am, throughout, I would be referring to electronic pages. I think that's probably best, but if people want physical page references, I've got those as well. So go to its electronic page 6, paragraph 2.9, where Dr. Cooper says the proposed Blarghour wind farm site extends to 1,232 hectares, of which around 550 hectares is blanket bog, some 2% of the Argyll and Bute resource. It is, however, central to one of the relatively few extensive areas of continuous peatland on Argyll and Bute, extending to around 5,700 hectares. Around 25% of the peatland is now afforested or otherwise converted to other habitat sites, etc., etc. I think you want to respond to that. Could you please do so? Could you tell us first what document you want to refer to in order to respond? So CD 790, isn't it? Is that right?
That's right. It's CD 790, the map that was circulated last night.
So people would like to get that up in front of them and raise their hands when they have it. I'm looking to the reporter and Jennifer Jack in particular, obviously. The reporter gets first prize. She got there first.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Carry on, please.
Oh, these metrics, I feel, are a bit misleading. It's slightly complicated because the data comes from different sources, which is why I created this map. Firstly, not all of the 550 hectares referred to would be impacted by the proposed development, only a tiny proportion, 14.11 hectares. Now, if we look at this map, this shows the carbon and peatlands 2016 maps as we've been referring to, because it's just the Argyll and Bute section. You can see Blarghour in red towards the centre of the site. The class 1 peatland is in pink and the class 2 is in yellow. Now the class 1 and class 2 together make 1,834 kilometres squared of blanket bog of peatland resource. And Blarghour makes up 0.3% of these class 1 and class 2s. If you also consider the afforested areas, which are shown in green, the proportion would be much smaller. The extent to which the peat is continuous within the site is a function of its topography, and it will be referred to in Dr. Mill's evidence. However, you can see from this map that there are several similar sized areas of class 1 and class 2 peatlands across the Argyll and Bute area.
Thank you very much. The second point takes us to the next paragraph in Dr. Cooper's inquiry report, paragraph 310. Rather than me read it out, could Jennifer, Jack, and the reporter please read it and let me know when they've read it? Hands up. Are you okay, ma'am? Thank you. What's your response to this, please, Dr. Massey?
Well, I agree that blanket bog is not uniform across its range in Scotland. There is considerable variation. I agree that the M17 is much more common in the west and north of Scotland, and is what I would expect to find in the flat and gently sloping areas of Blarghour. And this is areas with lots of surface water, lots of pools and hummocks of sphagnum. M19, although it can be found in the north and in the west, is generally associated with steeper slopes and higher altitudes. Grazing and burning is also reflected in the dominance of tussocky hare's-tail cotton grass, and this is well documented in the MVC, and it leads to the transition of M19 to M20 bog.
I'll be with you in a moment. Third point takes us one paragraph on to paragraph 1411, which says it supports a good, though not outstanding, range and abundance of bog moss sphagnum species, including specimens of Sphagnum austinii, which has only recently been removed from the nationally scarce list, and Sphagnum fuscum sensu lato, I'm not sure what that means, you'll tell us if need arises, which may not have been reported from this general area before. In order to respond, I think people, to hear your response, people will need to get out your inquiry report, or at least have it to hand, CD 14.3, e-page 21. And if you can bring up two documents at once, CD 8.2.10, e-page 46. Again, I apologise for doing this, but it's probably the best way. Hands up when people are ready. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Jack, are you?
Mr. Trinick, can I just get that reference again for the CD number there?
Yes, of course. 8.2.10, 8.2.10, E page 46.
Thank you.
Are you with us?
Yeah.
I'm not hurrying you, sorry. I know we've got to do this slowly. Okay then, Dr. Massey, what's your response to that, please?
I agree that it is not an outstanding range of sphagnum. Where most of Dr. Trinick, I can hear a lot of noise. I think it's because your microphone's not muted. I agree that it is not an outstanding range of sphagnum within the Blarghour study area. Where most of the infrastructure is proposed in the M19, the sphagnum that is most commonly present is Sphagnum capifolium. Sphagnum capifolium is not considered to be a key species for peat formation, and it can even grow very thickly on dry heath, on scree and rocks. The presence of the species, the presence of the species Sphagnum austinii and Sphagnum fuscum are discussed in section 5.3.6 of my evidence. That's on E page 21. I consider that they were found in small, isolated locations and not well distributed across the site, but only in the north and in the south. And that's evidenced in CD 8.2.10 on page 44. There's no evidence that they occur.
Stop you there. You said page 44. This is E page 46. Is that right?
Yes, sorry, E page 46.
E page 46. Carry on.
There's no evidence that these two sphagnum species occur where the proposed infrastructure layout is, and therefore there's considered to be no likely impacts on them. These species don't indicate a lack of disturbance because the site is clearly disturbed by both grazing and drainage. It's likely that it's more like they're relics of previous bog.
Thank you for that. If you now turn to Dr. Cooper's inquiry report on E page 9, paragraph 5.4, and could people please get out, for the purposes of this evidence, CD 14.4. There's a Dr. Massey's figures at E page 11, table 8. Do people have that in front of them? Yes. And ma'am, are you with us on this? Sorry, ma'am, you're muted. I can't. Thank you, ma'am. In 5.4, Dr. Cooper says the term active must be taken to mean still supporting a significant area of vegetation that is normally peat forming, which describes the vegetation at Blarghour. Now, using table 8 as you wish, please respond to that.
Well, I do agree with the definition of active in terms of Annex 1 priority habitats. but I don't agree with the statement that it describes the vegetation at Blarghour. I do consider blanket bog activity in detail in section 5, paragraph 5.6.4 to paragraph 5.6.13, which are pages 23 to 24 of my evidence, and in table 8 that we have in front of us. I state that blanket bog activity is not binary. It relies on waterlogged conditions, and it relies on open flora of vegetation through a carpet of sphagnum. In Table 8, I carefully go through each of the different MVC communities and consider it in relation, blanket bog activity in relation to different criteria, which is on the SNH support tool. I detail that much of the blanket bog is likely to be largely inactive, but there may be areas that have some activity at some time. The most likely area to have blanket bog activity is the M17A community, which has been avoided by the design.
So for those of us looking at table 8, along the top we've got M19, M17A, M17B, M3 and M17.
Yes.
And down at the bottom you've got your conclusion on active or inactive, the corresponding activity level. Is that right?
That's correct. And these, along the left-hand column, I've got water, vegetation, bare peat, water quality. These are from the SNH's support tool for identifying blanket bog activity. On page earlier on in my evidence tables, I have the definitions of that. That's in table 2. Would you like me to go through it?
No, that's fine. Thank you. We got that reference. Thank you. The next point is not from Dr. Cooper's inquiry report. It takes us to the environmental statement, which is CD 1.6, and that's electronic page 50 of the ES. People get that out. Thank you. In paragraph 553 on that page, it starts, active peat forming blanket bog is listed under European legislation under Annex 1 of the Habitats Directive. The unmodified blanket bog habitat in the study area could be described as active using Annex 1 definitions. I think you want to provide some further clarity on what was meant there.
I do. Just to clarify, I was referring to Annex 1 priority habitats. Will I clarify the end of that statement, Mr. Trinick, which goes on to discuss the approaching determination?
Please carry on as you wish.
Thank you. This statement goes on to say, however, a vegetation survey provides only limited information on which to assess whether blanket bog is actively peat forming or not. Where there is a deep, continuous layer of blanket bog species and an abundance of hare's tail cotton grass, the blanket bog is likely to be active. On balance, the unmodified blanket bog habitat in the study area should be treated as approaching Annex 1 habitat descriptions. And I think it would be useful to go to where I define what approaching means. And that's in CD reference 1.9, appendix 5.2, page 23.
Let people get there. I should have pointed that out. My apologies. When you see hands go up, you can continue.
Okay. Ms. Jacks, if you put your hand up, sorry.
So can I confirm, is it page 23?
I believe so. And it's the very bottom paragraph that I'm referring to.
Sorry, just to let you know, I'm having a problem with my mute button, which I'm asking Callum to try to sort out for me. It's just making it a bit difficult if I want to interject at any point. So I'm just, bear with me just a second just to see if I can get that rectified. I think it might be working now. Hold on.
Jennifer, just while the reporter's doing that, it's the page of the document in CD19, which has got a heading Habitat and Species Evaluation. Do you have that page?
I do have that page, thank you.
It's the right one.
Thank you.
So we're on CD19 heading Habitat Evaluation. I find that while Callum's trying to sort me out with my mute button.
Can I just mention as well, in relation to my mute button, I'm working across 3 screens at the moment, and there's a slight delay between jumping across screens. So if there's a delay in me hitting mute or unmute, it's because I'm still trying to get from one screen to the next to enable me to press the button.
I'm having a similar difficulty, I have to say. I think I might have to move the screen onto my main screen.
Okay. I'm very impressed you can work across 3 screens at all. I couldn't, so well done. But are we ready for the witness to carry on, or do you want more time?
Now my unmute's not working. I'm just trying to see what Callum's sorting out at all. Let's just continue on with the witness. I'll try to keep it. I won't cause any noise interference. Hopefully, I've got the document in front of me. So.
Can I just ask? I've had a request from my team, and also from my own purposes, if the CD references could maybe be read out slightly more slowly. Some of us are having a problem just noting them down and then finding them. So if they could maybe just be read out a little more slowly, that would be of great assistance.
Of course, that's fine. We'll do that. So to go back to where we started on this, it's paragraph 212 of CD 14.8, which is Dr. Cooper's inquiry report, page 6, and the extra document required is CD 14.4, page 1.
I think we're still on.
Oh, sorry, have I?
Yeah, still on.
I'm getting lost there.
Still on. We were talking about CD 1.6. And sorry. Now I've moved you on to CD 1.9, Appendix 5.2.
Apologies, I thought we finished that point. My apologies.
I didn't quite get to finish it because I think we're just nearly there. So I was wanting to clarify approaching, and that's a term that's clarified in this document. It reads, and it's the bottom paragraph which flows into page 7. Habitat categories and the condition of these categories are human or artificial constructs, and therefore to a degree are subjective and a matter of professional judgment. Furthermore, different conditions can coexist in an area of habitat through drainage, preferential grazing, trampling, etc. And so it is not appropriate to assume an entire area of habitat is in one condition or another. Under these circumstances, it is usually reported that the habitat is approaching a particular condition. This statement clearly identifies that the blanket bog activity is most likely to occur when there is deep, continuous sphagnum, and considers that it is likely to be there is likely to be spatial and temporal variation in activity across the site, which is related to peatland management activities.
Could I just seek clarification on one further point under this heading? That
Sorry,
when we're talking,
sorry,
sorry,
apologies just to interrupt there. Just when we were at that point about the blanket bog in deep continuous sphagnum, it was just to clarify that in terms of the site at Blarghour, in terms of the presence of sphagnum, how it relates to that. Could you just pick up on that point for me whilst we're at it?
Certainly. And in this document, it was a generalisation of this across the blanket bogs and allowing for the variation. At Blarghour, the variation can be somewhat classified into the different MVC communities. The deep continuous sphagnum is really limited to the M17A and parts, and it will be found more locally in M17A or in M17, and maybe other community types, but in a much more local. Mostly.
Okay, no, thanks for that clarification. Sorry, continue.
thank you, ma'am. I want to take one more point from you in relation to this issue, that of paragraph 553 of the ES, which we've been to, active peat forming blanket bog is listed by European legislation under Annex 1 of the Habitats Directive. I'll leave it slightly here, but I think, am I right that within Annex 1 there is a listing of blanket bog? If it has if the blanket bog has an asterisk in that Annex 1, it means it's active. Is that right?
That's correct.
So not all blanket bog is active, but for the purposes of European legislation, if it's active, it will have an asterisk in Annex 1.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. Moving on to the next point, we go back to Dr. Cooper's inquiry report, which is CD 14.8 on E page 6, paragraph 212. And in order to deal with this point, people will also need to have up CD 14.4. Those are Dr. Massey's figures and tables on E page 1. While people are getting that up, what Dr. Cooper says is, in summary, this site is typical of the better end of the spectrum of the range of variation in condition across Scotland's bogs. It is not a designated site, although parts of it satisfy the necessary quality criteria. It meets the criteria for being considered an active bog in the sense of the EC Habitats Directive and of being a priority habitat in the sense of the UK BAP and the Carbon and Peatlands Map 2016. What's your response to that, Dr. Massey?
Well, I agree that there is a spectrum of blanket bog conditions in Scotland. The better end of the spectrum would be hummocks and hollows, as I describe in section 3.3, E page 7 of my evidence. If we look at table 1 in CD 14.4, we can see some pictures of blanket bog. The first picture is of a triple SI and an SAC designated for blanket bog features. You can see a pool in the front and several pools dotted around. It is wet with lots of surface water, and there's hummocks of sphagnum. At this site, I also saw dunlins breeding at their breeding pools. In the centre of the picture of the table is a typical picture of Blarghour, where you don't see these surface water patterns. And to the right of the table, you see a picture of a nearby site in Argyll, which does exhibit this surface water patternation, good lawns and colourful lawns of sphagnums and hummocks of sphagnums. If you turn the page to page 2, you'll also see these wet patterns depicted in the aerial imagery, which has got, which you can see quite clearly for the triple SI site and for the nearby site in Argyll, with the little black dots and are absent in the Blarghour picture, the typical area of Blarghour. So at Blarghour, we do not find these well-developed hummocks and hollows, these wet areas, and we don't see large areas of surface water in the blanket bog. For blanket bog activity, you require waterlogged conditions. The only areas in Blarghour that demonstrated some sign of hummocks and hollows was the M17A, which has been avoided by the design. And that can be seen in figure 2 of my evidence, CD 14.4, E page 6. I do not agree that the blanket bog at Blarghour meets the SSSI selection criteria, and I go through this in detail in table 13 of my evidence, E page 16.
Thank you. I don't think we need to go there. It's there for the reporter to read. Would you now please take up again CD 8.2.10, and it's both physical page and E page 46. People will know when they get there because it's a spreadsheet.
This is the National Interest Panel.
Well, it's part of that package. It's 8.2.10.
Yeah.
E page 46. It's headed Annex 2 Assessment.
Yes, I have that. Thank you.
And Ms. Jack, you have that? Thank you very much. What I'd like you to do is perhaps by way of example and then more generally give your response to this table.
Well, this table is a series of yes-no answers. It doesn't provide any methods or any definitions for what these yes-no answers are for. For example, the capable of forming peat question at the top of one of the subject headings. Blanket bog activity isn't binary. It's not yes-no. So I don't know how they're defining it. There's no methodology. I can't get to grips with it. And it's just yes-no. I can't see the reasoning and I can't see any evidence. This is unrepeatable because there's no methodology provided. And it's unscientific because there's no methods, there's no definitions. I can't see how they're measuring it. I don't agree with the answers yes for many of these. And I do discuss this in section 5 of my evidence. I don't agree that this is an appropriate or scientific way of assessing blanket bog activity or blanket bog criteria.
Thank you. Go to Dr. Cooper's inquiry report, please. Paragraph 4.1 on in CD 14.8, paragraph 4.1, E page 7. Deal with what I'm going to put to you. You will need also CD 7.24. And perhaps the people open that core document at E page 5. And what, and I'll read out while people are getting the document, what Dr. Cooper says is, when reviewing an EIA report for a proposed development in an area of carbon-rich soils, deep peat and priority peatland habitat, SNH first considers whether there are significant impacts on features which are nationally important, and if so, whether these raise issues of national interest. How does that resonate with the view, with your approach to considering a proposed development, Dr. Massey? So before I go, I wasn't watching hands. Have people got that reference up in front of them? I'm waiting for the.
Sorry, can you just repeat the reference from CD 7.24? Was it?
It's page 5.
And what does that say, just to make sure that I'm on the right page?
I think it starts 1 introduction. Is that right, Dr. Massey?
That's correct.
I have that, thank you.
Carry on, Dr. Massey.
Oh, this isn't the way I go about considering proposed developments. I follow these ECIA guidelines, which I am obliged to do. And that's the description is within the introduction and in further parts of the SIEM guidance. ECIA is the ecological part of EIAs, and the guidelines provide us with a common framework. It is a scientific, rigorous and transparent approach so that we're all using the same terms and same definitions. Which is detailed in that page of the document. ECIA is an iterative process. We consider likely significant effects through this process. We establish the baseline conditions using standard methods. We consider avoidance and mitigation of impacts throughout the process. And we look for opportunities for enhancements wherever we can. We consider the ecological importance and consider the impacts, and then report on likely significant effects. Where required, we consider compensation, and then we report any likely residual effects. This is a clear, defined, transparent, robust, repeatable process.
To your knowledge, has this document, the SIEM guidelines, has it been endorsed by SNH?
Yes, it has. If you roll up to page 4 of this document.
Is that electronic page 4?
Electronic page 4.
Yep.
You can see Scottish Natural Heritage in the top left-hand corner, and in the list of acknowledgements, the support provided by the following organisations, Scottish Natural Heritage is listed 4th from the top.
And again, to your knowledge, does SNH use this document when responding to EIA reports?
Yes, they use this this document. For example, for the ornithology chapter and for the other parts of the ecology chapter. However, I haven't seen any reference to ECIA guidelines with regards to peatland habitats.
All right, thank you very much. Would you now go back to Dr. Cooper's inquiry report, CD 14.8, at E page 10, paragraph 5.8. And people who got that, would they also get out, please, the environmental statement, CD 1.6 again, at E page 46. Okay. Thank you. At paragraph 5.3.21, when we get there, what Dr. Cooper says in paragraph 5.8, total extent of blanket bog in Scotland is around 1.8 million hectares. It appears the applicant is suggesting that any area of blanket bog less than 1% of this, 18,000 hectares, is only of local importance. SNH does not agree with this view. Please respond.
Well, I think this is misleading. We consider a range of criteria when thinking about the importance evaluation. I consider this in my evidence on pages 25 to 28, and it's referred to in the ES chapter, paragraph 5.3.1. Do you want me to read that out? The 1% metric is useful when considering the geographical elements of importance, but it's also we also consider other aspects such as naturalness, diversity, the condition. Factors such as whether it is a triple SI or is linked to a triple SI is sometimes sites can form a stepping stone between different triple SIs and can be important for that.
What I want to take you on to is take you back to CD16, page 46. And following paragraph 5321, do you take the reader through the evaluation of the conservation importance and sensitivity of the resources being assessed in this document?
Okay.
Just take us through the headings to show what is done and
okay. Well, we consider evaluating conservation importance and sensitivity. So in this one, we consider the importance both geographically, together with criteria, and consider the examples that are in place to define how to place a site by its ecological attributes into these categories. We consider
yes.
this. We consider.
Let's hold there for a moment, please. So we see the heading to 5322. That's the main heading. If we turn over the page to the next one, whichever it is, 47, we have a table 5.3, summary of geographical importance. 5.3.23, attention is paid to legislative status. Then you've got the heading sensitivity criteria, and table 5.4 assists us there. And then we go on to magnitude and significance, which are not, we're talking about baseline at the moment, so we'll leave it there. That's the approach you follow. Does that approach follow the SIEM guidance?
Yes, it does, yes.
Thank you very much. Also, my next point in Dr. Cooper's paragraph 5.9 on page 10, Scottish planning policy does not include a minimum area threshold in the mapping of areas of significant protection for wind farm spatial frameworks, nor for defining carbon-rich soils, deep peat and priority peatland habitat as, quotes, nationally important. In order to respond to this, it might be useful to get out CD4.1, which is SPP at table 1. And we find table 1 on page 43 of SPP. Now, you're not a planner. Let's get that on the record for the start. Nevertheless, you've looked at this table 1, and partly in order to respond to what Dr. Cooper says. So what is your response, please?
Well, no, it doesn't say 1% here. But I do refer to that was considered in part of the ECIA, and I can clearly explain my methods. My evidence refers to this on page 26, paragraph 6.2.5. In relation to this table that we have in front of us, CD 4.1, table 1, I'm not a planner or policy expert. But from this, you can see that it simply states that peatlands are mapped at a strategic level and overall are considered nationally important. However, it does say that further consideration will be required to demonstrate any significant effects on the qualities of these areas can be substantially overcome by siting, design, or other mitigation. This describes the EIA process for which this ecological receptor This describes the EIA process, which is ecological receptor under the SNH's recommended ECIA SIEM guidelines. This is precisely what they are for. ECIA guidelines are precisely for doing this job of considering significant effects and overcoming them by design and other mitigation. In ECIA, we consider the importance, potential impacts, and the likely effects, and ultimately report upon any residual effects.
Thank you. Move on, please, to Dr. Cooper's CD 1480 inquiry report, page 11, paragraph 6.5. And to consider this point, people should also get in front of them again CD 16, the ES, at E page 54. That's a long paragraph, 6.5. I'm not going to read it out to the inquiry, but perhaps the reporter and Ms. Jack would indicate when they're happy I can proceed. Thank you both. Well, Dr. Massey, what is your response?
The land take calculations consider direct habitat loss. The 2.5 metre buffer is not considered the zone of influence in terms of hydrology. This is considered in Chapter 7 of the ES, hydrology chapter, and is considered by Dr. Mills in his evidence. The 2.5 metre buffer is an additional area of habitat considered likely to be directly lost from construction. This is shown in Table 5.14 of the ES, where it says construction habitat loss. From other constructed wind farms that I've visited, I consider this metric to be appropriate. It's considered a direct habitat loss, although habitat reinstatement of this area is proposed. And the ES states this. It is this larger metric that is used for assessing the impacts on of the development on the habitats.
Mr. Trinick, are you having a pause, or I wasn't sure if you were?
Oh, that's because I haven't unmuted. I was talking away happily to myself. I apologise. What I said was that
we thought you were contemplating your documents, but you were speaking. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. The reference for that last point I got wrong electronically. It's paragraph 6.6, not 6.5 that we were referring to, and Dr. Massey was responding to paragraph 6.6. So if you want to just read 6.6, which is a long paragraph, as I said, not 6.5, and let me know if you're content to move on or whether you want Dr. Massey to go over that ground again.
Yeah, so 6.6 is the 2.5 metre buffer that we've just heard about, and then we went to the ES explanation with the land take for direct habitat loss. The table can the table. Could the witness just give a little bit more explanation about exactly what the table 5.14 shows, just so that I'm clear at that point?
Certainly. 5. table 5.14 shows the construction habitat loss parameters, habitat loss metrics. It is, and this is considered direct habitat loss. So each of the operational loss, for example, the access track, the turbine bases, the hard standing, the substations, the met mast and the hard standing, and construction compounds and the borrow pits were all considered here, but each of those were given a 2.5 metre buffer around them. So everything was given this extra bit of habitat that might be lost due to the construction. And the land taken from that. And it is this larger metric that is used for all of the assessments of likely impacts and likely significant effects. And as we've stated
So table 5.14 includes the 2.5 metre buffer.
Yes,
that's what you're saying. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, all of the infrastructure has been given a 2.5 metre buffer, and we've also included both construction compounds because we wasn't sure whether which one was be used. And we state in there's a footnote which states that that's a precautionary approach. It's unlikely to all be lost. The buffer around this is 3.3 at the bottom. It's I can read it out. A 2.5 metre buffer around all infrastructure has been used as a precautionary approach and is considered a worst case scenario. The buffer around the infrastructure is likely to extend. It is unlikely to extend to this for much of the infrastructure. Buffers would avoid areas considered more sensitive by an ecological clerk of works and would not include, for example, felling additional trees or impacting upon additional watercourses. Any impacts during construction would be reinstated post-construction using best practice methods. So it's anticipated that the habitats would be reinstated.
Are you okay with that, ma'am? Thank you.
Yes.
Somewhat on this.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Is that better now?
Yes.
Sorry, yeah. So, continuing somewhat on the same thing and going to the paragraph I thought we were at in the first place, which is 6.5 in CD 14.8. That's Dr. Cooper's inquiry report again, page 11. People have already read that, so I can go straight into the answer, for which we need a further document, which is, I believe, CD 17. These are figures. CD 17, pages 10 and 11. And when people get to them, if they've got figures 210 and 211, they've got the right figures. Are we okay?
Sorry, I'm having a little bit of difficulty following that one. CD 1.7.
1.7, page 10.
Mine is all divvied up into volumes on that.
Sorry, Bob, I can't quite hear.
It's volume 3, chapter 2, figs combined. Volume 3, chapter 2, figs combined.
So I have the wrong heading, probably.
Yeah, I've got that. It's a map. First of all, which map are you looking at?
It's page 10, page 10 to 11.
What does it show?
It shows a typical section through excavated road.
I've got that now, thank you.
Apologies, that was entirely my fault. using those figures as you wish, please respond to what is said in paragraph 6.5 of the Dr. Cooper's inquiry report.
Figure 210 gives a running track width of 5 metres. Figure 211 gives a maximum running track width of 8 metres. I understand the operational track will usually be 5 metres for the land take. For the assessment, we used a precautionary metric of 11 metres for all of the track. I think this is particularly precautionary when it comes to the floating track.
And we can see the floating track, I think, on the next figure 211 on the next page, don't we?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes. I think so. Yes.
Typical floating track construction. Why is it particularly precautionary when it comes to floating track?
Well, I'm not a road designer or anything, but I understand that for floating tracks, you don't need to do so much of the excavation around the edges, and there's no drains.
All right, thank you for that. Well, Dr. Mills can speak to that in more detail if the need arises. That's absolutely fine. And indeed, just to get one point clear, all of this concerns direct loss, doesn't it?
Direct loss, direct habitat loss.
So far as indirect loss, that is hydrological loss, is concerned, that would be addressed by Dr. Mills. Is that correct?
It would be considered in the hydrology chapter. And
in the hydrology, that's chapter 7
chapter
of the
7.
ES, not chapter 5.
Yes.
That's fine. Thank you very much. Would you now take up a document we haven't been to yet, which is CD 83. And CD 83 is the National Interest Panel checklist that's headed, right? Can you hear me all right, Dr. Massey?
Yes, I can, yes. Yes, it is.
Have people got to that? Thank you. And on page 6 of that, there's a heading, carbon-rich, deep peat and priority peatland habitat. In the third paragraph under that heading, perhaps you just read that paragraph out, Dr. Massey, before responding to it. Read it out loud.
So just remind me which paragraph you'd like me to read out?
The application proposes.
Oh, the application proposes to site 13 turbines along with their associated hard standings and most of the new access track within the Class 2 or Class 1 peatland area, carbon-rich soils, etc. The Phase 1 habitat and MVC surveys provided in the ES shows that the majority of the developments, other than those access tracks and 4 turbines sited in conifer plantation, to be on blanket bog habitat, priority peatland habitat. The peat depth at those turbines sited on blanket bog ranges up to 1.8 metres.
Thank you. Now, to respond to that, we go to the figures you've just been to, which is CD17, Volume 3, Chapter 5, figures combined. And within that, to page 3. And when people get there, they will see it described as figure 5.3, Blarghour Wind Farm, Phase 1 habitats. Let me know when you've got there.
Sorry, could I have that reference again, please?
Yes, of course. CD17, Volume 3, Chapter 5, figures combined, page E3. It's the one we went to just now for 2 different figures.
Can I just check? Previously, I think we were looking at chapter 2, but this is chapter 5 we're looking at.
Chapter 5.
That's correct.
Chapter 5.
Yeah, I think there's just a slight difference in the way that we've got our information set out here.
I see.
Chapter 5, figures combined, that's the document.
That's the one.
Okay. And
It's figure 5.3.
figure page 3. Okay.
Page 3, yes.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Massey, would you like to respond to what that which you've rehearsed?
Some of the statements is again a bit misleading. So when we're looking at this is the phase 1 habitat map for the whole site. And if you look at the detail of this, you see that much of the track is on other habitat types, such as coniferous plantation, fell plantation, and acid grassland. This is 51% of the track area. About 30% is on blanket bog, mostly M19. The remainder is on blanket bog, matrix with other habitat types, acid grasslands. And wherever possible,
Slow down a bit, please. Slow down.
Sorry. So the remainder of it, so about 51% is on coniferous plantation, fell plantation, acid grasslands. About 30% is on blanket bog habitats. The remainder is on blanket bog habitats matrixed with other habitats, for example, acid grassland. And wherever possible, the road will be directed away from the blanket bog habitat.
Continuing the same theme, if you go to CD83E page 7, keep that figure open we've just been to. Keep the figure. CD83E page 7. And when you get there, the very last paragraph on that page, typically, the losses direct and indirect. Could the reporter and Jennifer Jack please let me know when they've read that paragraph? Thank you. Very well, Dr. Massey, your response, please.
Well, typically, but we're being specific with our land take measurements. The 2 hectares comment here, there is no source for it, as far as I'm aware. Use the actual design layout over the actual habitat data to provide these metrics. Takes account variation within the site. Now, if we look really closely, I don't know if you can zoom in to around turbine 11.
Dr. Massey, you'll need to stop for the moment because we all froze just at the moment you started your answer. Can you hear me? Put your hand up if you can hear me. Can you hear me, Dr. Massey? Put your hand up if you can. You'll have to start that answer again, but wait until Callum Henderson tells us we're ready to go, please.
Okay.
You should be ready to go now. I think the live stream's still fine. So
you can say that. Okay, we're all back now. We weren't just then, but Jennifer Jack is back with us. So that's fine. You'll need to start the answer again, please, Dr. Massey.
Certainly. This comment says typically the losses, but we're not talking typically here. We're being specific. I don't know where the 2 hectare, whether there's a source for this 2 hectare comment. I use the actual design layout and the actual habitat data, which is a much more valid approach. It takes into account what is there on the ground and the spatial variation. If you're able to zoom in for an example of this to around turbine 11, which is towards the center of the figure. Have you managed to zoom in? Around turbine 11, you can see that although part of the turbine is located on blanket bog, Much of the hard standing is on the adjacent acid grassland, which is the white and orange hashed. And there's the little blue square rectangle, which is the hard standing. So using the actual layout and the actual habitat data accounts for this variation. This 2 hectares per turbine, all being on blanket bog, doesn't account for the site variation.
Thank you. Moving on now to the final topic of restoration and mitigation. Will you take up, please, Dr. Cooper's inquiry report, CD 48 at e-page 13. And when people get there, it's paragraph 6. The other document that you will need to deal with this is CD 746. That's the PLM for the Peatland Land Management Plan. 746 at e-page 14. Could people let me know when they've got there? And I think have read paragraph 7.6 in the inquiry report, so we don't need to read that. Ms. Jack, are we okay? Thank you. Okay, Dr. Massey, how do you want to respond to that paragraph?
Okay, the sheep calculations in the Peatland Land Management Plan are valid, objective and suitable, and I can go into detail and explain them if required. Basically, we would have welcomed SNH's engagement in regard to the OHMP and the Land Management Plan and the Peatland Management Plan, and we consider these finer details can be discussed. Would you like me to explain the calculations in detail?
Sorry, Mr. Trinnick, if you could just mute when you're flicking through your documents, because otherwise we get a bit of...
I apologise, I'll try and remember to do that, my apologies. If you could summarise those calculations, yes, Dr. Massey, if there's no source, but please keep it as brief as possible.
Certainly. We could turn to page 12 and 13 of the PLMP, which is CD 7.46, e-page 14 and 15.
I think people have got there because we referred that to them just now, so carry on.
Okay, so the green area, I think on the first page, is the area that we're talking about. That is the 485 hectares. There is, at the time of writing, there was currently 583 sheep in this area, giving a density of 1.2 sheep per hectare. Firstly, we took off 107 hectares, which cannot sustain sheep grazing due to them being heavily eroded. We then remove 106 hectares, which is acid grassland and a mosaic of acid grassland, mosaics habitats. This leaves 272 hectares of blanket bog that can support sheep grazing. We use 0.5 sheep per hectare of 272 hectares. That is 136 sheep for that 272 hectare area. Now we're going to go back to that bit of acid grassland with other mosaics that we discussed. Half of that was acid grassland because it was mosaic. We considered it to be half. And that is 53 hectares. Acid grassland can support a greater number of sheep than blanket bog. up to 3 sheep per hectare. So 3 times 53 sheep, 53 hectares gives 159 sheep. So we add the sheep that we can have in the acid grassland, the 159, to the sheep that we can have in the blanket bog, and that leads to 295 sheep in that area.
Thank you, Dr. Massey. I volunteer to Ms. Jack that if she'd like to have those calculations emailed to her just by way of confirmation, we're very happy to do that, because rather than you having to take it all down in evidence and sheep. But I'll let you come back to me on that if you'd like me to do that.
That would be helpful, Mr. Drennick.
Of course we'll do that, that's fine.
Thank you.
My final question takes us to CD 8.2.10 and e-page 1. And the 4th paragraph on that page, at the heading Blanket Bog and Peat, following a desk assessment, subsequent site visits and survey work undertaken by SNH have confirmed that the site is dominated by high quality blanket bog underpinned by deep peat. Some of the advisor has seen. I think you want to respond to that.
This is not the best bog that I have ever seen. Basically, in a non-technical, very non-technical form, it is a grassy sheep field of hair's-tail cotton grass. The best bog that I have seen is described in table 1 of my evidence. It's with triple SI and it has a lot of surface water, pools filled with sphagnum lawns, hummocks, and has greenshank and dunlin breeding there. The best bog that I've worked on this year in Argyll is Glenfalloch, which is about 25 kilometres due east of Blarghour. It is comparable to the site because of its undulating terrain and similar altitude. But here we see hummocks, hollows, and lawns, colourful lawns of sphagnum. Even on the slopes, you find elongate pools filled with sphagnum. Dunlin and greenshank also breed on this site. These are specialist breeding birds, specialists for high quality blanket bog. Blarghour is not similar to these habitats, these areas.
Dr. Massey, thank you very much. Would you like to stay there, please? And there may be some questions for you.
Thank you. I think we should have give Dr. Massey a short break there. She would appreciate that. If we can take 10 minutes, please, and come back at 12:05, and then we can, Miss Jack can commence her cross-examination then. Okay, thank you. Yeah, if you can turn your videos off at this point. Okay, could I ask parties to join the call again, please? Thank you. Now, we have heard the evidence in chief from the witness now, so we would now turn to Ms. Jack from Nature Scott to ask any questions that you have, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Massey. Can you hear me?
We are losing
Okay,
you.
my sound has stopped working temporarily.
Okay,
Okay.
I can hear you. Oh, sorry.
Okay, I think it's back. Something was buffering there, but I can.
I've just lost you again, Ms. Jacks.
Okay, I can hear you. If you raise your hand, if you can hear me, are we working again?
Yeah. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. If at any point I break up, do just say so. It's all been working relatively well so far this morning, so hopefully we'll be able to continue with that this afternoon. But if there's any problem, or if you can't hear anything that I'm saying, just raise your hand and I'll stop. So can you have in front of you your inquiry report, CD 4.3, and Dr. Cooper's inquiry, sorry, 14.3, and Dr. Cooper's inquiry report 14.8?
So it was 14.3, 14.8, and there was one more.
No, just those two at the moment. I will ask to refer to some other documents, but those are the principal ones. If you could have them in front of you at all times, that would be helpful. We turn first to paragraph 2.1.8 in your report, which is at electronic page 6. Okay, and you helpfully here set out the scope of your evidence to this inquiry at 2.1.8 to 2.1.9 in the following way. You say, in their objection letter, SNH identify Blanket Bog as a priority peatland habitat. Therefore, the Blanket Bog resource at Blarghour is the focus of this inquiry report. Are you hearing me all right?
Yes, just about. It break up every so often.
Okay, well, if you have difficulties, just say so and I'll repeat anything that you have difficulty hearing. You say this inquiry report has been prepared to set out the applicant's position on potential impacts and effects on peatland habitats, including the topics nature and quality of the resource, national interest and impact of the resource, all relative to peatland habitats. So can we turn first to the nature and quality of Blanket Bog resource? I think you're zooming straight into Scotland in your report. So could I ask you to have a quick look at Dr. Cooper's inquiry report, CD 14.8, and that's at electronic page 5, which is marked as page 3 in the document. And at section 2.1, Dr. Cooper first looks at the wider context. So if we could just have a quick look at that and just looking to narrow down any points of difference between yourself and Dr. Cooper and see where you agree and disagree with him. So Dr. Cooper states peatlands cover just 3% of the world's land area, but hold approximately 1/3 of the world's soil organic carbon stores, and he cross-refers there to CD 7.83, about 10% of non-glacial freshwater, and he cross-refers there to CD 7.84, and when in good condition are an active sink for atmospheric carbon. Do you agree with all of that?
I have no reason to disagree with that.
Okay, and so Dr. Cooper then continues at 2.2. Blanket bog habitat, such as occurs at Blarghour, is one of the rarest forms of peatland in the world, extending to around 10 million hectares. Ross refers to CD 7.65, or 0.024% of global peatlands. Is that something that you agree with?
Well, blanket bog habitat, in terms of all the habitat, Annex 1 habitat and Annex 1 priority habitat, he doesn't specify what it is that he's talking about there. So whether it's active or inactive. So assuming he means all of it, I don't think I've got any reason to disagree with that.
Okay. Dr. Cooper then continues at 2.2, blanket bog habitat is the most extensive peatland type in Scotland, covering around 20% of the country. Now, you say at 3.2.1 of your inquiry report that it's an estimated 1.8 million hectares, or 23% of the land cover. So you and Dr. Cooper are totally in agreement on that, is that correct?
Yes, it makes up about a quarter of the land surface of Scotland.
Okay. So you continue at 3.2.2 of your inquiry report. Blanket bog is valued nationally and internationally, as it is on the Scottish Biodiversity List and Annex Habitat 1 list in the EU Habitats Directive. When active, blanket bog is an Annex 1 priority habitat. So that looks like something that you and Dr. Cooper both agree on as well.
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Cooper's comment arising from that in his inquiry report at 2.8, and he says the importance of Scotland's peatlands should therefore not be underestimated. Do you agree with that, Dr. Massey?
The importance of Scottish peatlands is considered on the list of Annex 1 habitats, Annex 1 priority habitats when it's active, and Scottish Biodiversity List. These types of habitat, are considered important nationally and internationally. However, when we're looking at developments and when we're looking through ECIA, we've got to take in lots of factors to decide their importance, including what I list in my evidence. I'm just looking at the page. I list on the page 25 and 26, I go into detail about how we consider the importance of our resources in Scotland following SIAM best practice guidance.
Okay, but at that sort of headline level, you broadly agree with the proposition. I
agree that there are lists that are considered, that the type of habitats are considered important.
Okay. Dr. Cooper, in that same paragraph 2.8 of his inquiry report, also makes reference to the Scottish Government's commitment to ensuring the health and extent of our peatland resource. Are you aware of that commitment?
Yes.
Okay. So moving on to 3.5.1 in your inquiry report, you say the potential presence of peatland habitats in Scotland has been mapped at a low resolution in the form of the carbon and peatland maps, and that's referring to core document 7.5. When you say that, do you mean by this that this is mapped at a coarse scale? So, for example, in class 1 areas, there could be pockets of class 2 and vice versa, or indeed other classes. Is that what you mean?
I mean that as it says in CD 7.110, that the class 1, the carbon and peatland maps are a predictive tool. That is what it says at the top. We can turn to that if you wish. I consider that sometimes there is, for example, in the class 2 at Blarghour, there is acid grasslands mapped where there is where the carbon and peat. I've mapped acid grassland because I did site-specific surveys, and that acid grassland isn't considered priority peatland habitats or indeed peatland soils. I also consider that yes, you can get class 1 in class 2 areas. For example, the area of Glenfalloch that I visited earlier this year and has a very good array of hummocks and hollows is actually mapped as class 2, not as class 1. So there is variation in there, and the quality and the condition of the blanket bog resource within these areas. Some of it is not blanket bog or peatland habitats, and some of it has various degrees of condition.
So that's what you mean when you say at a low resolution?
I mean at a low resolution is that they didn't do a site-specific survey, as I did.
Yeah. So looking at 3.6.1 in your inquiry report, you say blanket bog is an Annex 1 habitat. These habitats have no specific legal protection under Annex 1 of the Habitat Directive, except insofar that SACs may be designated because of the presence of these habitats and that they should be conserved on those designed sites. So are you saying here that these habitats should only be conserved if they are designated sites?
And our designated site network of triple SIs and SACs are where we have legal obligations to, as I understand it, to conserve these habitats on the Annex 1 list.
So, sorry, is that a yes to the question that I asked?
It's the only place where they have legal duty to be conserved.
Okay. So how does that sit with Blarghour being categorised as other nationally important mapped environmental interests in terms of its Group 2 classification under under SPP, which I understand is defined as an area of significant protection? Does significant protection not indicate conservation?
I don't understand that document to be a conservation document. I understand it to be a policy document.
Okay. So if we look at paragraph 3.6.4 in your report, and you say when blanket bog is active, it is an Annex 1 priority habitat. Bogs may be active at certain times of year, for example, wetter periods, but not in others, drier periods. This would appear to suggest that blanket bog in special areas of conservation might be a priority habitat in winter months, but not in summer months. And thus would have a different level of protection in the winter from in the summer. Is that what you're suggesting?
No, I'm suggesting that activity is variable, spatially and temporally.
So they're protected at all times?
I'm sorry, I don't understand. You think that Annex 1 priority habitats are protected in Blarghour?
It gives a level of an area of significant protection, I think, in terms of SPP, Group 2 that we've just looked at.
The blanket bog at Blarghour doesn't have any statutory protection, as far as I'm aware. It's not a SSSI or an SAC.
So you're saying that Group 2 areas under SPP are not, in fact, defined as areas of significant protection in terms of SPP?
I'm sorry, I can't comment on policy.
Okay.
Okay, just maybe just to just get a little bit of clarity here. I think we maybe at cross purposes in terms of talking about statutory protection and protection that we might otherwise give to valued natural heritage resources under the planning system and elsewhere. So perhaps if you just think about it in that context in terms of clarifying your answer.
Okay. Well, can we turn to SPP CD 4.1?
Of course. Is it electronic page 43 that you're looking to refer to?
Yes.
Table 1, spatial frameworks.
Is everybody at that document? This says, Group 2, areas of significant protection. Recognising the need for significant protection in these areas, wind farms may be appropriate in some circumstances. Further consideration will be required to demonstrate that any significant effects on the qualities of these areas can be substantially overcome by siting, design, or other mitigation. That process is ECIA, and I followed ECIA guidelines.
Okay, that's helpful clarification. Can we revert back to the term active as you're describing it in your inquiry report? I think your first reference to it is at paragraph 3.2.2, which we've already discussed, but to remind ourselves, you say blanket bog nationally and internationally, as it is on the Scottish Biodiversity List and Annex 1 Habitat List in the EU Habitat. When active blanket bog is an Annex 1 priority habitat. If we're looking at the term active in the context of the Habitats Directive, which I think you're content to do you agree that the definition needs to be accepted in its entirety? If it assists, we can look at CD 7.36, which is the interpretation manual of the European Union Habitats Directive.
Please, can you refer me to that number again?
Yeah, of course. It's core document 7.36. And within that document, I think we would be looking at page 86, which references blanket bogs. Just let me know when you have that.
Page number, please.
86. It should be the heading 7130 blanket bogs.
Yes, I have that.
Does the reporter have that too? Yeah, Mr. Trinick? Okay, thank you. So we see, looking at that, that the heading is blanket bogs, bracket asterisk if active bog, and it says that the asterisk denotes that well, if we refer back to page 9 of this document, it tells us that the asterisk denotes that it's a priority habitat. I think we've already discussed that, and you've discussed that with Mr. Trinick in your evidence in chief. So it says the term active must be taken to mean still supporting a significant area of vegetation that is normally peat forming. So just breaking that down, firstly, the word, you can tell me if you agree or disagree with how I'm looking at this. Firstly, the word must would imply that this is a definition that is the only acceptable definition in this context. Is that right?
Yes.
And so it would have to be accepted in full, and still applies continuity, even though no period is given. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. And a significant area, this presumably means not the whole area, probably even as much as 50%. There doesn't seem to be any further guidance given on this. But if we're talking about a significant loss of something, would you say that even 10% might be deemed significant?
Not in this context, no. It doesn't give any particular numerical value to it. You would think, in this context, you'd think it would be a large area.
Okay, so
large proportion.
Larger than 10%.
Well, it doesn't specify a metric there, so
are you able to take on what you would consider yourself to be a significant area in percentage terms?
I wouldn't like to give a percentage to this, because you've got to consider, to me, it means that much of the habitat is, it is much of the habitat.
Okay, and vegetation that is normally peat forming. By normally, should we understand that as a sort of standard dictionary meaning of as a rule or usually? Or saying yes. There's no particular interpretation that should be given to that word?
Yes.
Okay. So the interpretation manual identifies that blanket bog communities such as NVC M17, M18, and M19 represent blanket bog. Do you understand that this also represents active blanket bog, or blanket bog when it is active?
This, to me, lists the communities which are listed in the MVC as blanket bog. It doesn't refer to whether they're active or not. It's blanket bog. It lists all the blanket bog habitats. It doesn't just discern whether they are active or not.
Okay. So an area of blanket bog that includes this typical range of plant species, such as those listed in paragraph 2, will they normally be peat forming?
No, they're habitats that could be peat forming. This is listed as blanket bog, and when it's active, it's priority. But it doesn't say that these ones are all active at all times.
No, because if there is a significant vegetation that is normally peat forming, that would make the blanket bog active. Is that right?
You've got to consider the site condition of those habitats, of those communities.
And so, in light of that, does the crux of the issue between yourself and Dr. Cooper really come down to this? Dr. Cooper considers there to be a significant area of vegetation that is normally peat forming at Blarghour, and so he considers the peatland there to be active in the habitats direct sense, and so a priority habitat, both in the Habitats Directive sense and the UK Biodiversity Action Plan and Scottish Biodiversity List sense, whereas you don't consider there to be a significant area of vegetation at Blarghour that is normally peat forming. So you don't consider the peatland there to be active. And so in your assessment, it wouldn't be a priority habitat in the Habitats Directive sense, but may still be in the UK Biodiversity Action Plan and Scottish Biodiversity List sense. Is that right?
Okay, there's several parts to that. I think that it's hard to tell what Dr. Cooper considers because there's no methods provided and no definitions provided. I've clearly provided all my definitions and methods throughout my inquiry report and throughout the environmental statement and technical appendices. To me, this document details blanket bog and lists the different communities that are termed blanket bog. Now, blanket bog, in whatever condition it is Scottish Biodiversity List and Annex 1 habitat. Where it is actively peat forming, then it is priority. But these, you have to consider the site-specific details of whether it is likely to be active or not. And this includes whether it is the species that are present and the waterlogged conditions, as well as some other factors which I go into in my inquiry report.
So looking at your inquiry report then at 3.5, say SH have recently provided a tool which can give some consistency of approach to help consider if bog habitats are likely to be active or not. Could you look at 14.4?
14.4.
Yeah, it's page 5 of that document, which is table 2. So we should see that that's the peatland condition assessment support tool.
Yes.
Do others have that?
Just bear with me a minute. I was having problems directing my mouse again.
Okay.
14.4, table 2.
Yes, which we should find at page 5. Okay, so the title is the Peatland Condition Assessment Support Tool, and we see in that document that there are categories of good, intermediate, and bad peatland, and that the headings across the table are signs and then good, intermediate, and bad. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the column headed signs, when you read it out, down the list underneath it, could you just list out for me the listed signs?
Water, vegetation, bare peat, water quality, wildlife, activity.
Okay, and so the last sign is activity, and for that sign, do we see in the columns that are headed good, intermediate, and bad, respectively, listed against activity, we see active, stopped growing, and inactive?
No, I see that this is the determination at the bottom line, not the determination from the following list of criteria. That bottom line is the determination, rather than a sign.
So you think that rather than a sign, that this is the bottom line is in fact a conclusion, as opposed to one of the signs that you should take into consideration when deciding which was the most appropriate descriptor to give against each of the signs.
That is correct. On the support tool, it goes through as a click button web page, and you click through and it tells you about the water, the vegetation, and it ends with activity, with whether it's active or not.
Okay, so that's not a classification that you select. It automatically it's dependent on the rest of the buttons that you click.
I can't remember exactly how it follows, but it goes through what a good quality blanket bog looks like, and the last bit of information determination you have is saying that it's whether it's active or inactive.
Okay, so just to be clear, that's not a categorization you select, that is selected for you by the other answers
Yes.
to the tool.
Yes.
Okay, that's helpful to understand. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, can I just interject there, just because we're at that point, just in terms of equally you could do. I mean, you're saying that you've got a tool that helps you do it, but presumably you could also do it manually. You'd look at the sign and you look at whether it's good, intermediate, or bad for each one, and each then come to a conclusion at the bottom of the table, which would then lead you to say if it's active, stop growing, inactive, or inactive. Is that correct?
Correct, and I think that is what their tool is for. You compare your bog to the bog that you're working on to this list of criteria, and it's what I've done in table 8 of this document.
Yeah. Thank you for that clarification. If we can look back at your inquiry report, Dr. Massey, and if we look at paragraph 3.6.8, if you have
Yes.
that. You state there, the carbon and peatland map appears to be the basis for SNH's objection. Can you tell me what evidence you have to support this statement?
Because this is what is referred to in the objection letters and is what is referred to in Dr. Cooper's inquiry report and recognition.
Okay, well, can we have a look then at Dr. Cooper's inquiry report, CD 14.8, and if we look at paragraph 3.3 of that.
Sorry, which paragraph?
3.3. Okay, everybody has that now, I think. You see there, Dr. Cooper says, it is important to remember that the carbon and peatland map is designed to be used as a strategic tool for spatial planning, not as a development management tool. It should be used to identify areas of potential national importance in the context of SPP. Site-specific surveys are required to determine the precise location and extent of such areas, just as SNH uses site-specific information to determine whether issues of national interest are raised, as in this case. Now, in deciding whether to object to a proposed development, a statutory consultee presumably has to start somewhere. Are you suggesting to us that it is unreasonable for Nature Scott and indeed the reporter to look at the carbon and peatland map to see whether it identifies an area of potential national importance in the context of SPP?
I'm not suggesting that that's not appropriate to start to maybe look there, but the objections were based on just on that. There was no information with regard to site-specific details at all. And so the only information we had is in regard to the carbon rich soils, deep peat and priority peatland habitats. No site-specific information was provided, and it is the site-specific information that we're concerned with in ECIA.
Okay. If we look at paragraph 3.6.18, inquiry report.
Sorry, is this of my inquiry report?
Of your inquiry report. At 3.6.16.17, you set out various quotes from Nature Scott text that set out expectations that a detailed site survey and DIA will be required. And then at point 18, you say the foregoing describes precisely the evaluation process undertaken by the applicant at Blarghour.
Yes.
Are you under the impression that Nature Scott was unaware that the applicant had followed this approach?
There's no reference to ECIA guidelines from Dr. Cooper. And yes, I was unaware that from the objection letters, it appears that the objection is based on the carbon peatland maps and priority peatland habitats, deep peat and soils. I think I got that the wrong way round, but that's the extent of the information we had from the objection letters.
Okay, can we have a quick look at Dr. Cooper's recognition, which is code document 15.5.
15.5.
Okay. Now, at paragraph 22 on electronic page 5 of that document, which I think is marked at the foot as page 4, he says Nature Scott is content to accept the habitat extent figures provided in the EIA report, which is CD 1.6 at page 5-8, but does not agree with the subsequent assessments of habitat loss and damage. Is it not clear from that, Dr. Massey, that Nature Scott has looked at more than simply the map? They've looked at the information that's been provided by
well, no, only in part. They accept and are content with, from this you can see that they're content and accept the baseline data, but they provide no evidence that they have followed ECIA guidelines themselves in determination of their objection.
Do you say that Nature Scott are not allowed to use their own tools and guidance to refer to when they're conducting their appraisal of information provided by an applicant?
I would like to take you to a document. Just give me a minute to work out which one. Okay, I'd like to take you, please, to CD reference 7.23, which is the SIEM guidance. I've taken you to the 2016 version, although similar quotes are in all versions. This is the one that was written. It was appropriate for the time the ES was written.
Okay.
It's page 2, but that might not be the E page. I don't have the E page. It's at the top. It says use of these guidelines.
Okay, so I think that's E page 9.
Thank you. Sorry, is everybody there? Okay, so I'm going to read out a couple of the quotes and then I'll take you to another document as well. Use of these guidelines. These guidelines should be followed by ecologists undertaking ECIA. That's me. These guidelines also provide regulators, decision makers, and those submitting projects with an indication of the information needed to adequately consider projects in light of biodiversity legislation and policy. On paragraph 1.12, this is a scientifically rigorous and transparent approach. Goes on to say, 1.13, all interested parties should understand the assessment process who are responsible for implementing and monitoring actions needed to deliver biodiversity objectives. Okay, I'd like to take you now to a different reference, which I'm going to look up.
Just before we reach that one, can I ask you, is your point that if Nature Scott don't mention SIAM guidance or the CIA guidance, that means that they haven't followed the approaches set out within them?
There's no evidence that they've used it. And these guidelines provide a common framework for us all to work from, with terms defined so that we all understand what it is that we're doing. And that includes the ecologists who are writing these and conducting the ECIA, and the regulators and all other parties that are involved. SNH have signed up to this. They have signed up to it in the, you can see that we already looked at their sign in the front of it. You can see that they contributed to it. And in their own guidelines on EIA, they endorse them and refer to them as this is the framework that we use. I can take you to that document if you give me a moment and find the relevant quote.
For my part, I wouldn't need you to take me there, but just so that I understand, is what you're saying that despite the fact that Nature Scott has signed up to these documents and they endorse them and they say that they refer to them as you've just indicated, but if they don't mention them in their consultation responses, that means that there's no evidence of them having followed the approaches set out within the guidance they've indicated publicly that they endorse?
Use of the SIAM guidelines is. Sorry, could you just repeat that question? I've just got slightly lost towards the end of it to frame my answer.
Yeah, no problem. It's obviously you've indicated that Nature Scott have signed up to and endorsed these guidelines, and they've stated publicly that they've done so. It is your position that if they don't mention them in their consultation responses, that means there's no evidence of them actually having followed the approaches that they've publicly stated already that they endorse?
Well, there's no evidence of them following those guidelines.
So your position is, unless it says, it refers to these within their consultation responses, that means that they haven't followed them?
It's not the only way of indicating it. If they're using the common framework clearly set out, then you can see. But it would be good practice to reference it. As scientists, we usually reference our sources.
Okay, so you're now not saying that they haven't referred to it. It's simply that they haven't referenced it within their consultation response.
I see no evidence in the objection letters that they followed ECIA guidelines. Out with this, and this is just the peatland team. SNH clearly follow it in terms of ornithology and the other subjects that we're talking about in the ecology chapter.
So I was going to ask, and how do you know that simply because they reference it specifically within consultation responses on those topics, or how do you know that?
Well, they've clearly followed the ES chapters and asked for more information as required and use the same terms and understanding of those terms and come to the same conclusion.
So do you require them to come to the same conclusion as you then to demonstrate that they have referred to the appropriate guidance?
No.
Can we move on to have a look at section 4 of your report, Dr. Massey? We look at 4.2.3. You're looking here at the baseline habitat survey methodology. And at 4.2.3, you say phase 1 habitat and NVC surveys were conducted by Dr. Massey and her colleagues, other consultancies in May 2012, August 2014 and May 2017. Just so that I'm clear, were you involved in conducting all of those surveys or just some of them?
No, I wasn't involved in conducting all of those surveys.
Which ones were you involved in?
The 2014 and 2017 surveys.
Okay. You say in paragraph 4.2.4 of your inquiry report, the study area was walked at a slow pace to accurately map all the habitats and communities present. Did you personally walk the whole site, Dr. Massey?
Yes, with standard limitations applying.
Okay. So looking at the bullet points within that 4.2.4 paragraph, to draw a couple of them out, bullet point, phase 1 habitat and NVC maps are only indicative of the habitat boundaries of the study area, and species were recorded when they were encountered, but it is likely that additional species not listed are present in the study area, particularly as species presence and visibility vary throughout the growing season. Just to confirm, the reason you're highlighting these points is because they're important to the way that we should understand the output from the phase 1 habitat and NVC maps and surveys, is that right?
The phase 1 habitat and NVC surveys followed standard practice, standard guidelines, and standard limitations which apply to all of these surveys also apply.
Okay. Looking at 4.3.3 in your inquiry report, you say a large portion of the study area was described in phase 1 habitat as unmodified blanket bog. This is made up of a total of 38% of the study area, with a further 18% made up of habitat mosaics, including blanket bog as a component. You described this as a large portion. We've already had some discussion about significant areas. Could we agree that a large portion means a significant area?
It really depends on your term, on your definition of significance. If you're wanting to have a large portion, I think I say that's 18%. Is that significant? Not really, no. It's a large portion. It's significant in what context? It's a large portion of the area, 18%. I say specifically what I mean. Oh, sorry, a large portion. Phase 1 habitat and modified bog, 38%. Yes, that's a large portion.
Yeah. Okay, can we have a look at core document 1.6?
Document 1.6.
So this is the environmental statement, volume 2, the main report. You have that document?
Yeah, sorry.
Does Mr. Trinick have that document? Okay. We could look at page 5-10 of that report and paragraph 5.5.3.
Sorry, could you give me that reference again? I didn't quite catch that.
Yeah, so we're in CD 1.6 and it's page marked 5-10, paragraph 5.5.3. It's the paragraph beginning, active peat forming blank bog is listed by European legislation under Annex 1 of the Habitats Directive. Does everybody have that now? Great. So looking at that paragraph, it continues, the unmodified blanket bog habitat in the study area could be described as active using Annex 1 definitions. The study area had 479.1 hectares of unmodified blanket bog habitat with a further 248.8 hectares mapped as a mosaic with unmodified blanket bog. Although the blanket bog was approaching both UK BAP and Annex 1 habitat definitions, there is much less than 1% of the Scottish total, and it's given there as 0.02 to 0.04%. Therefore, the quality or size present is not considered to be of national, European or international importance and is not functionally linked to a designated site with blanket bog as a feature. Taking these things into consideration, the area of blanket bog within the area was considered to be of local importance. So we've already discussed that this is a class 2 area. So in terms of SPP, it's classified at national Scottish level as needing significant protection. And are you saying here that because it is in fact just a small area of Scotland and indeed Europe and the whole world, as presumably any wind farm site will be, it should only be considered to be of local importance? Does that not mean that no area of bog within an individual wind farm site in Scotland could ever be of anything other than local importance? Maybe I'm misunderstanding your point.
You are misunderstanding my point quite, yes. I take these things into consideration, and these things include the quality, the condition, that the blanket bog that is there, whether it's the size of the blanket bog in the area, whether it is linked to triple SI, whether it is forms of part of a corridor of important habitat designated as a triple SI or SAC. I consider lots of different things, and I go through that in detail in my inquiry report. And a good example of this is you can get much smaller habitats that are important regionally or nationally and not part of this 1% figure. because of the quality and the condition. And if they're linking, then you take that in consideration, linking triple SIs. I've recently worked on a site which had a small area of very high quality. It was woodland habitat with juniper and blaeberry, but it was very small. Only it was for 9 houses, but because it was situated between some triple SIs designated for that feature, and those and was similarly a similar habitat type and quality, that particular area could be used as a stepping stone for important species. And so that, in that evaluation, that it was considered regionally important, even though it was a very small size. So we take a whole raft of information when considering what importance evaluation we're going to give a site. And that is depicted in this paragraph.
Thank you for that. I'm noticing that it's
Suggest at this time and just ask how much longer you might have with your cross, given that we're at 1:05. I was quite keen to stop at around 1 o'clock to have our lunch break.
Well, I was just noticing that we're at 1:05, so I was going to suggest this might be a convenient moment to break. I have quite some way to go with my cross-examination. I'm afraid I hadn't really anticipated that we wouldn't be getting started on cross-examination until the afternoon. There is some way to go with this witness, but we'll take it at a pace that hopefully we can make progress. But I wonder in the circumstances if we might err on the slightly shorter end of the lunch break of 40 minutes rather than 45, just to get started again at 1:45, if that would be acceptable.
Yeah, so back at 1:45, and if you did indicate that the documents you'd be referring to in cross, so if the witness can just have those, and I'll endeavour to have those at the ready as well, so we can hopefully make speedy progress. Although I think we're doing not too badly. Anything else before we close for lunch? On the basis that we'll be back at 1:45. Okay, let's just stop our videos then, and Callum can put up his sign that we've broken for lunch. Okay, thank you very much.
Apologies. Technology, huh? The what I was going to say was it was mostly and you see you've probably covered it already, but it was oops.
welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you've all had a chance to have a bit of a rest away from the screen. Now, just before launch, we were in the midst of cross-examination of the witness by Nature Scott. Miss Jack, do you just want to pick up where you left off? Just before you do that, how much longer do you think you might be with this? Any estimate? You're on mute.
Yeah, sorry, I was just trying to get across to the correct screen to be able to unmute it. I might have another 45 minutes or an hour with this witness.
Okay, we'll just have to see how that gets along then.
Yeah.
That's fine. Okay, without further ado, let's crack on with that then. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Take it the witnesses, you're all sorted and ready to go, are you? Thank you for that. Okay, Miss Jack, if you want to go on from there.
Okay. Dr. Massey, could we look at your inquiry report at 4.3.11? I probably don't need to take you there, but just briefly, earlier on in your inquiry report at 3.3.2, you had quoted from an IUCN briefing note, which is CD 7.37 by Lindsay and others. I don't need to take you there, but you'd said it described bogs as a particular type of wetland which are waterlogged only by direct rainfall. Then at 4.3.11, you say the blanket bog considered to be in the best ecological condition at Blarghour was the M17A. And you continue that this community had a rich, luxuriant ground layer of bog mosses which formed an extensive carpet under the vascular plants, and it was notably wetter than other blanket bog communities, having formed in small wet basins. These resist drainage, etc. Can I ask you a little about this? If the M17A had formed in a basin, is it only waterlogged by direct rainfall, i.e. is it actually a bog? Or I'm looking for a little bit of help from you here, maybe in understanding the difference between a bog and a fen. Could you maybe give a little bit of assistance around this? Well, I think you might be on mute.
At Blarghour, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, great. At Blarghour, the topography is such that it's undulating going undulating due to the topography. The M17 that's remaining is a bog, not a fen, it is a bog, but it's the area, it's remaining in the areas that are most resistant to the drainage and the site, and so therefore most resistant to the grazing pressures.
Okay.
If I can just stop you there, I noticed that Mr. Trinick's not showing on my screen at the moment. I wouldn't like to think we'd lost him. Is he coming up on? Oh.
It's finishing my lunch. I apologise.
Oh no, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that you were.
You want to see me eat, so I switched off.
No, that's absolutely fine. Just as long as you're with us, that's grand. Thank you.
Okay. So am I right? Just to make sure that I'm understanding here. Am I correct in understanding that a bog gets precipitation only, whereas a fen gets precipitation and groundwater? Is that the difference between them?
Yes.
Okay. So even if this M17A is in a wet basin, which is not a fen, is it surprising that if it is wetter with more water-loving such as bog mosses, that the bulk of the vegetation on the site, which is on the slope, there are varying degrees of slopes, etc. Can you just give a little more insight into this particular M17A and the quality of it?
Certainly. The M17 is the remainder of what is likely to have been present if it was in good ecological condition. The M17A would likely be found in many more places if there wasn't for the drainage and the high degree of grazing pressure, along with other historic pressures like burning, which I saw one example of when I was there earlier this year. The M17A is indicative of the west coast of Scotland, and it is what you would expect to find M17A or M18, M17 or M18 across large areas. The M19 is generally more restricted to slopes, steeper slopes, and higher altitude areas.
Okay, that's very helpful. Maybe you could help me with something else. At 4.4.2 of your report, you, I think, are accepting that drained peatland exists within 30 metres of an artificial drain. So do you agree then that there's a 30 metre zone of impact, if I describe it that way, in relation to artificial drainage on site?
This is a definition as defined by the peatland condition assessment, the 30 metre influence. That is how it was mapped in the peatland condition assessment that was undertaken by Dr. McMullen. And drains, I understand drains to act to varying degrees.
Okay. And can you help me? Has the 30 metre zone of impact been applied to the assessment to the impact of tracks, many of which require drains?
I'm very glad you asked that question. The drains along the road, and I think that Dr. Mills will talk about this in more detail, because I'm not a hydrologist and I'm not a road designer, but the tracks along the edge of the roads are shallow. They're intended, my understanding is that they're intended to drain the road. The moorland grips or drainage features across the blanket bog are intended to drain the bog. That is, that they are cut more deeply down to the geological substrate. And so, from my understanding as an ecologist, they act entirely differently.
That's very helpful, thank you. Let me look at 4.4.2 to 4.4.2 your report. And at 4.4.2, you say an assessment of the condition of the blanket bog habitat is provided as a PCA in the Peatland Land Management Plan conducted by Botanical. And I think that's CD 1.10. And just for notes, I think that starts at electronic page 59. And in that report, there are 4 categories of peatland condition noted. I don't know whether you want to go to this, or if you're happy for me just to narrate what it says. They're listed at electronic page 66 as near natural, modified, drained, and actively eroding.
That would be correct, but I'm going to turn to the pages so I have it in front of me, please. So it's 1.9. CD 1.9.
CD 1.10.
Oh, 1.10. Apologies.
And it's electronic page 66. And I think you're noting at 4.4.3 of your report that none of the peatland habitats at Blarghour were considered to be near natural.
Yes.
Okay. Now, obviously, Dr. Cooper has taken a different view, so I just wanted to confirm with you that your view remains that of the 4 categories listed there, that the most appropriate one, what would be the most appropriate one for Blarghour? we consider none of them to be, the area isn't in the near natural category?
The PCA, which is written by Dr. McMullen, provides an excellent detail with regard to this and provides provides information. I think that the site is both modified and drained with areas that are actively eroding. I think I've written it here. A total of 35, this is in my evidence, paragraph 4.4.3. A total of 35.1% of the peatland habitat in the PLMP area, which includes blanket bog, wet modified bog and mosaics, was considered to be modified. A further 55.3% was considered to be both drained and modified because they're additive. 9.6% was considered to be actively eroding.
Okay. Could we have a look at core document 1.9, please? This is the ES technical appendices, and it's technical appendix 5.2. So 5.2 should be phase 1 habitat survey, national vegetation classification survey and groundwater dependent terrestrial ecosystems report for Blarghour and Argyll. Short, snappy people.
I have that.
Okay. Does the reporter have that? Yes. Mr. Trinick. Okay. If we could have a look at, I think it's page 27. Let me just double check. Yeah. So at page, electronic page 27, under the heading Unmodified Blanket Bog, we've got some text there. Unmodified blanket bog was the most frequently found habitat, making up 34% of the study area. Unmodified blanket bog vegetation is usually dominated by hairstail cotton grass with variable amounts of ling, heather and bilberry. Below the dwarf shrugs, bog moss is dominated over the peat, etc., etc. Does this description of the most frequently found habitat at Blarghour not near natural bog more closely than any of the other condition categories?
No, you're conflating phase 1 habitat categories with peatland condition assessment categories. And I go through this in my evidence, how the word modified is unfortunately used by both assessments, but don't mean the same thing in each one. In phase 1 habitats, I'm going to turn to that page of my inquiry report so that I can let everyone know where to go.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, so this is page 14 of my inquiry report under phase 1 habitats. And I go into detail of this because I do understand there is confusion because of these two terms being used for the same category. So it's paragraph 4.3.4. In phase 1 habitat surveys, there are only two classes in which to place your bog: modified or unmodified. This provides only a binary choice for surveyors to classify bog into. Bog, in reality, is on a large continuum, from the near natural to the highly degraded. The phase 1 habitat descriptions give the definition: unmodified bog consists of sphagnum-rich vegetation. It goes on to state that unmodified blanket bog category is used for relatively undamaged bog, not undamaged bog, but relatively undamaged bog. Whereas wet modified bog is with vegetation with little or no sphagnum, and often with bare peat. And it goes on to state that wet modified bog often resembles wet heath or a millennia-dominated grassland, and that the dry modified bog is essentially dry heath vegetation on deep peat. So the phase 1 habitat description defines modified bog as bog which is not resembling bog vegetation anymore, wet heath or dry heath, or vegetation which does resemble bog but is highly eroded. That is not the same definition that is used in the peatland condition assessment, where modified, and Dr. McMullen clearly explains this, clearly explains the definitions, and he also provides a very good independent peer review of the phase 1 and MVC survey report. The modified bog in the peatland condition assessment considers impacts of grazing and isn't limited to just isn't limited to bog where it's become wet heath vegetation or dry heath vegetation or is highly eroded. That's other parts of the categories. So
that's very helpful to have that clarification. Thank you for that. Just while you mention grazing, could we look at 4.4 in your inquiry report? And there you're making reference to grazing regimes at Blarghour as being more than twice the maximum government recommended sheep density for blanket bog habitat. And you're cross-referencing to core document 7.12 there. Would you agree that grazing pressure in those circumstances should be reduced to meet Scottish Government recommended levels for blanket bog habitat, irrespective of a wind farm proposal being put forward?
No, not necessarily, because it's the landowner's decision what they do with their land. From a conservation point of view, of course, grazing management is important. But if you're running your land for sheep production, then your grazing regime is up to the landowner.
Okay, but from a conservation perspective, that would be the preferred.
From a yes, from a conservation perspective.
Okay. Do you know, you've given various numbers and helpfully some detail was given this morning in your examination in chief. Do you know what the numbers would be to require in terms of sheep grazing to reach a restored condition, as opposed to the numbers to maintain once condition is restored already?
What sorts of sheep numbers?
Yeah.
Well, there's various calculations that could be achieved. But I'm not going to pluck a number off my top of my head right now in terms of number of sheep. But for conservation purposes, you would consider the ground conditions and the outcomes that you were after, and assess the number of sheep that would be suitable.
Okay. At 4.4.4, you say it's considered that such grazing pressure, as you've been talking about already, has been experienced across the Blarghour site for a very extensive period, spanning millennia. So are you saying here that Blarghour has been overgrazed for millennia? Is that what the purpose of your comment there is?
I understand grazing to. I understand sheep to have been grazed in the UK for approximately 5,000 years, which is millennia. Mm-hmm. I haven't got a source in front of the inquiry for that, but that's generally understood. And at Blarghour, there is certainly impacts of grazing impacts of grazing can certainly be seen.
So you're not saying that it's been necessarily overgrazed for millennia. You're saying that it's been grazed for millennia.
I'm saying it's been grazed for millennia.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear. Looking at 4.4.8 in your inquiry report, you say in a near natural state, the blanket bog resource at Blarghour would have had hummocks and hollows in the form of bog pools and hummocks of sphagnum on flatter grounds in basins and lower slopes, i.e. M17A or M18, and on the steeper slopes, a drier form of bog such as M17B or M19, where hummocks and hollows are less common, but with thick, deep sphagnum and high species richness. And then you carry on, currently at Blarghour, species poor M19 blanket bog vegetation is found on flat areas across basins and on slopes. This current poor degraded condition at Blarghour is a direct response to these current and historic land management practices. So just again, coming back to this question of fens and bogs that you've already helpfully given some assistance with, are basins more likely to be occupied by fens than blanket bog?
In this setting, we have blanket bog vegetation blanketing the topography, and I'm talking about it in those terms. We're talking about blanket bog vegetation.
Right. And can M17 and M19 occur naturally, whether on flat areas or on slopes? What's a natural occurrence for those?
So, sorry, say this again. Which communities are you asking about?
I think the M17B and M19. Can they occur naturally, whether on flat areas or on slopes?
M17B can occur on flat areas and on slopes. M19 can also be found on flat areas and on slopes, but is generally associated with steeper slopes and at high altitudes. At Blarghour, the presence of the M19 across the site is in response to the drainage and the grazing.
Okay.
And other land management practices that have also been there, like burning.
Okay, that's helpful to understand. If we could look at 5.1 in your inquiry report, and this is something that you've also raised slightly earlier at 4.3.7 and recognition, and you mentioned it again earlier in your examination in chief, that you're highlighting the absence of greenshank and dunlin as an indicator of poor quality blanket bog. In your view, might there be other reasons for the absence of for the absence or low numbers of these species apart from the quality of the underlying habitat? For example, topography, predators, etc.
There can be more than one reason.
Okay, and just you had mentioned specifically on another couple of sites. Obviously, if predator control, for example, can influence the ground nesting found on site as well as habitat, do you know, was the predator control regime the same on the comparator sites you've mentioned as they are at Blarghour? Is that something that's beyond your knowledge?
I'm not. I can't put my hands on the predator regime of either site at the moment. However, the excuse me, the I just need a map of water. Dunlins are and greenshank are associated with the hummocks and hollows and the pools of good blanket bog vegetation. So at Glenfalloch, the breeding habitats of dunlins is around the pool. I mean, we're getting into ornithology territory, which I'm not an ornithologist, but it's the breeding territories around pools. So where you get high quality blanket bog with pools, you can get dunlin. And at Glenfalloch, with a reduction in grazing pressure, more breeding dunlin were present. there was no breeding dunlin or greenshank in the survey periods for Blarghour.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Moving on to section 5 in your inquiry report, Dr. Massey, you are at 5.2.3 and 5.2.6. You're referring to recent site visit in 2020. Was it you that conducted that site visit?
Yes.
Yes. So at 5.2.3, in your recent site visit in June of this year, you're referring to each turbine location mapped as being Blanket Bog was visited, as well as some associated access track, all on M19 Blanket Bog. No bog pools were recorded in these transects. This demonstrates that water is not a common or widespread surface feature of the M19 vegetation at Blarghour, adding that the evidence that it is not in a near natural state, but instead has relatively dry surface from the current and historical land management activities. Could you have a quick look at CD 7.89, just reference to that part of your inquiry report? So CD 7.89.
8.9.
I think it should be electronic page 6, which would be page 186.
I'm sorry, that one I don't think was on the list I had, and I don't have it to hand here. It's not on it's not on my set of notes, so I'll need to ask someone to come through with a hard copy or electronic copy for me.
Later documents, I think, that was added, wasn't it?
It was, yes.
Ms. Chair,
if I simply quote from it's a very short.
Before you go, are you sure you got the right document? Because this is the 789 is a 4-page document.
Sorry, 785.
Oh, I apologise.
785.
Oh, that should be. I think you should have that.
Oh yeah, I do have that one. Yeah.
Sorry, apologies if I said the wrong number there. Sorry, 785. And it should be electronic page 6 of that document.
Can you give us a physical page number as well, just to help?
Yeah, 186.
Thanks very much.
Does everybody have that now? Okay, so in at page 186, electronic page 6, do we see that it states the hummocks, hollows and pools characteristic of the wetter, and then it says M17 and M18 are rare in M19 mires but do occur locally. Can you explain to me, Dr. Massey, just how we reconcile those two statements?
Yes, let me also read some of the other aspects of this.
Of course.
The top of this, it says, these mires with a dense, shaggy, purple-brown, dark green tussock swards of Calluna vulgaris and Eriophum vaginatum, speckled with long, shiny, deep green leaves of Eriophum angustifolium, straggling shoots of Vaccinium myrtilis, and low clumps of Empetrum nigrum, subspecies nigrum. Over the ground, there is a deep, rich red gold quilt of Sphagnum capifolium, Sphagnum subnites, and large mosses such as Iconium splendens, Pleurosion sherberi, and Hypnum jutnicum, Rhydelphium loris, and more mosses. In many places, the vegetation is broken by hags, which is not at Blarghour. And then it goes on to the hummocks and hollows. So this is describing a richly coloured, diverse community of M19.
Just to pause there, can I just clarify with you that rich red gold quilt, is that referring to a range of non-sphagnum mosses as well as sphagnum mosses?
There is there's a quilt of Sphagnum capifolium, which is a sphagnum and Sphagnum subnites, and there's some other large mosses, including At Blarghour, we have a species poor version of M19, which is close to M20. So it doesn't show the characteristics of the hummocks and hollows as you'd find in flat areas in the west coast of Scotland. And it doesn't show these species-rich M19 as described here. It is a degraded form in response to grazing. Grazing and drainage. Grazing reduces the components of the vegetation, which is more palatable and less resistant to the grazing, such as heather and some of the other species that's talked about there. The tussock formation that you're getting at Blarghour, which is thickly across the site, not hummocks, but tussocks, and they're formed of dense tillers, dense grass of the hairstyle cotton grass coming up, and that growth form is a response to the constant nibbling. It is how they respond and how that particular species outcompetes some of the other plants, and that is what we're seeing across Blarghour, response to those pressures.
Okay, that's helpful. And again, just so that I understand, do you go so far as to suggest that the M19 is misclassified at Blarghour, or do you not go quite that far?
No, I've classified it correctly because there's a range of conditions that you find of all these MVC communities. MVC communities is a way of articulating the vegetation that we see. But within each one of those, there is variation. And in the bog communities, there is considerable variation, which in some places are split into the different sub-communities, which is the little letters after. But at Blarghour, it wasn't clearly one of those sub-communities. It was a degraded form of, it was M19, but it was, and in some places, very close to the M20. And that's as a response to the impacts of grazing and drainage and other influences like historic burning.
Okay, that's very helpful to understand. Looking at paragraph 5.4.1 of your inquiry report, 5.4.1. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're saying there that the quality of the M17 is of less relevance to the inquiry as it is not widespread and is only crossed twice by the access track, with some access track located to the edge of a third patch. Some additional access track and 2 turbines are on M17 as part of mosaic with M19. Can I ask you, if M17 is of less relevance to the inquiry, I think you've referred to it on a few occasions, contrasting its quality with the asserted poor quality of M19. Can you maybe just explain to me a little more about why it's of less relevance to the inquiry?
Okay, it's the majority of the infrastructure which is located on Blanket Bog is on M19 or M19 mosaicked with other habitat types. Much less of it is on none of it is on the M17A that's been mapped, and less of it is in the M17. So for brevity, I didn't go into the detail for the M17, and I didn't specifically visit any of those M17 locations.
Okay, sorry, and when you say that none of it is, none of the infrastructure is on M17, that has to be qualified by what you say there at 5.4.1, where you're saying some additional access track and 2 turbines are on M17 as part of a mosaic with M19.
No, so you're misunderstanding the distinction between M17A and the less the M17 vegetation, which has less high quality, less qualities there. It is, so I've mapped them as M17A, which is the best quality. Let's turn to figure 6 in my appendix for CD 14.4. Then we can see what I'm talking about.
Which paragraph are you going to, sorry?
It's page 6, figure 2 of my appendix to my inquiry report, CD 14.4, electronic page 6 as well.
Yeah, I have it. I think the reporter does too.
Okay, so in the red is the mapped M17A, and I've described that in detail in my inquiry report.
Mm-hmm.
The next, in the legend, the next darkest purple is M17. It doesn't show particularly well in my printed version, to be honest. There is a few places where it is present. It's dotted around the site. It has mostly been avoided by the design. Now, this isn't the same as M17A. It is a more degraded form of M17, which wasn't given a sub-community, the little letter at the end, because it didn't display the qualities of those sub-communities.
Can I just ask again, because it's not terribly easy to discern from the printed copy that I have as well, but is that an M17, that darker purple area, is that shown at that sort of junction point between turbine locations 13 and 15, and I can't actually make out what the number is of the other one, but it's in the box, if you count down 1, 2, 3, 4 boxes down from the top and 4 grid lines in from the right hand side.
Yes, you mean the southern western corner of the site. Yes, that's an M19 matrixed with M17. When I visited the turbines
I was actually referring to the next box to the right as well, but again, I'm struggling to discern what the coloration is.
Okay, I can. I've actually produced this map with the M17, the slightly different colour for my own purposes. I can perhaps share that with you. You can't see it on your version.
Just stop there, sorry, Mr. Chair. You're at a disadvantage, and so is the rest of the inquiry. The witness has produced an A3 version of this figure 2 with slightly recolouring, because we had the same difficulty as you're having, working out the colours. I don't know if that's available electronically if you want to see it. No, it's not, the witness is telling us. Would you like it to be made available electronically to help you with the colouring? Would that help?
I think that would assist, yes, if that could be made available. Thank you.
We're going to do that right now, is what I'm hearing. So that will be with you shortly. We'll put it into the core docs. Yeah, we'll do it somehow. All right.
I'm obviously looking at the electronic version, so that's not going to have the enhanced colouring on it then. No,
but we're going to produce that for you now. Is that all right, Miss Jack? I mean, I'm in your hands. If it would help, we'll do it.
Well, anything that provides greater clarity is welcome, so I'm happy to receive that.
I went through the same exercise you last night and had the same trouble, hence we've produced this, but that was only this morning, so we'll make it available now and tell you when it's ready.
Thank you. Okay, well, pending receipt of that, we'll maybe see if we can move on.
Would be helpful to me to come back to that map just to understand it a bit more.
Yeah, well, we'll move on just now, but if we can come back to that, that would be useful. In the meantime, Dr. Massey, could we move on to paragraph 5.6 of your inquiry report?
Yes.
I'm not sure if you're back on my screen. I was still looking at the reporter there, but you've returned, Dr. Massey. We've already discussed in your evidence that the term active meanings still supporting a significant area of vegetation that is normally peat forming, and we discussed that in relation to paragraph 3.4.6 of your report. So in this paragraph, paragraph 5.6, we see again that you're questioning Nature Scott's view that the bog is active. So without wanting to go over this ground again, can I just so if just yeah, in fact, I think we've covered everything that I was going to ask about that in the earlier session, so we can perhaps just leave that and move on.
Ms. Jack, we've just emailed that plan to everybody, including obviously the case officer, ma'am, so you won't have it direct, but if you go to your emails with Jack, you'll find that recoloured map there now. I don't know of any way of other way of getting it into the inquiry system, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it hasn't come through to me quite yet, but there's maybe just a little bit of lag in the email coming through.
Sure.
But thank you for sending that. Perhaps when I don't know, Ma'am, are you likely to be able to receive this by email yourself, or is this something that's better taken at a later point?
Sorry, yeah, I'd prefer to look at it once I can see the same document. I'll just ask I'll ask someone to make sure that the case officer forwards it to me once it's received, and I'll let you know when I've got that, if that's okay.
Okay, thank you. So, Dr. Massey, then, if we could look at paragraph 3.6.1 of your inquiry report.
Yes.
Now, we've already heard earlier on in your inquiry report at 3.6.8, you'd said that the carbon and peatland map appears to be the basis for SNH's objection. But here, I think you go a little further and you say in SNH's objection letter of 11th September 2018, which is core document 2.2, it states that the proposed development will have significant adverse effects on the nationally important carbon-rich soils, deep peat and priority peatland habitat, which are present on the site. Now, it appears from this statement that the national importance is regarded as such only due to the listing of the studied area and nationally important in the carbon and peatland map 2016. With reference to that, could we look again at Dr. Cooper's inquiry report 14.8, core document 14.8?
Ms. Jacks, I'm sorry, I appear to have gone to the wrong paragraph. Could you just, for my inquiry reports, could you please just refresh my memory on what
Of course.
paragraph I should have been on?
Yeah, it should be 6.3.1.
6.3.1. I was on 5, thank you.
Oh, that's the one.
6.3.
So you see there, you're saying that it appears from this statement that the national importance is regarded as such only due to the listing of the study area as nationally important in the Carbon and Peatland Map 2016. So I was asking you then to look at Dr. Cooper's inquiry report, 14.8, CD 14.8, and it's paragraph 3.3 of his report, where he says it is important to remember that Carbon and Peatland Map is designed to be used as a strategic tool for spatial planning, not as a development management tool. It should be used to identify areas of potential national importance in the context of SPP. Site-specific surveys are required to determine the precise location and extent of such areas, just as SNH uses site-specific information to determine whether issues of national interest are raised, as in this case. I just wanted to check whether you stand by the statement that you've made at 6.3.1, where you say that the national importance is regarded as such only due to the listing of the study area as nationally important in the map.
Yes.
Thank you. So can we look now at CD document 7.8.7? This is the Nature Scott instruction note on advising on carbon-rich soils, deep peat and priority peatland habitat. You have that document in front of you?
Yes.
And the reporter has that as well. Thank you. So if we look at paragraph 1 of that document, it says that the purpose of this guidance is to help SNH and Nature Scott staff provide developers, planning authorities and Scottish Government with consistent advice on the effect of wind farms and other renewable energy proposals on peatland habitat. And can you see, which I think is quite important for us, that it states the guidance also sets out the framework within which Nature Scott will decide when wind farms, renewable energy proposals cited on peat raise natural heritage issues of national interest. You see that?
I see that.
Okay. So this sets out the policy context from SPP and addresses the Carbon and Peatland Map. Can you just read out paragraphs 11 and 12 for me, please?
Yes, I can, but I'd like to make the reporter aware that we were only provided this document last week.
Well, if that's the case, can I perhaps before you read that, can you refer to core document 8.4, please? Do you have that available?
Yes.
Looking at electronic page 2 of that document, it's headed Table 1, and in the 5th box down in the table, and in the right-hand column, second paragraph, do you see that it says, we would respectfully request that SNH revisit their objection with reference to their guidance, SNH 2016, advising on carbon-rich soils, deep peat and priority peatland habitat in development management casework guidance note?
Yes.
Is that not this document?
Can I interrupt here, because I think this is not very satisfactory. As far as we understand it, the document, well, we know that we have not seen until last week, CD 787. That date is dated 2018, not 2016. So I'm not sure what you're trying to put to the witness. We were told that document was published in 2018, not 2016.
Yeah, this is the one where there was some difficulty over the dates and understanding where it came from. I don't know if this is a relevant juncture to clear that up.
Yeah, I think there's another reference to what Nature Scott say this document is, and that is also in another correspondence from Ramble, which is at CD 8.12. Might be relevant to look at that just now.
So, Ms. Jack, you're not really dealing with the point which I made, which is that in the Ramble letter you're looking at now on the second page, electronic page 2, still dated July 2016. That's not dealing with the point we need to grapple with. If you want to tell us more about this document, that the 787 we are told is dated 2018, not 2016.
Well,
you're telling us it existed before that date. That's yet more information we haven't heard before.
Well, I think Dr. Cooper will be able to explain the provenance of this document for us tomorrow, and it's obviously not for me to give evidence in relation to it, but my understanding is that there have been various updates of this document over time, but that the document that is referred to in both of these letters by Ramble is indeed the document that is being referred to. Now, as I say, we can explore that with Dr. Cooper tomorrow, and I certainly wouldn't want to give evidence on behalf of Nature Scott in relation to this myself, but I think that's the context as I understand it to this document.
No, I understand what you're saying, but the trouble is that the Ramble letter is dated 2019, which is after the 2018 publication date of this CD 787, and yet it refers to a document of July 2016. We've certainly seen no document dated July 2016 at all. But while I understand that Dr. Cooper can clarify matters, you are putting points to my witness about this document. And by the time the witness is gone, it's too late for me to re-examine her. And it'd be unfair to her not to hear the full context. So I think we need to hear, for the sake of the inquiry, just what document this is. We know that it's not on the website. We know that the hyperlink is not available. We know that no member of the public can know about it unless it was produced by SNH. We know that we only got it last week. We know that we haven't seen it before. We know that it's dated 2018. But you're putting questions to my witness based on a document dated 2016. I am very much object to that question unless you clarify the circumstances.
Ms. Jack, I will give you the opportunity to clarify that. You can't give evidence, and your witness tomorrow may be able to clarify that for us. It may be helpful also just to short circuit this by, if we could know the generality of your question, we might know if we need to get tied in knots about this at this particular point.
It was really just for context setting. I didn't actually intend to ask the witness a particular question about that document. It was to set the context for further questions that I actually intend to ask in relation to core document 2.1, which is Nature Scott's consultation response. So it really was a piece of scene setting, and I'm content to move on to that question without that scene setting. If it's going to cause difficulty to refer to the document at the moment, that might be the better course.
That sounds like the better course of action to me, if we can just move things along. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. So Dr. Massey, then could you have a look at core document 2.1? which is the SNH or Nature Scott consultation response of 3rd September 2018.
Yes.
And if we look at page 2, paragraph 2.1, which begins, Table 1 of Scottish Planning Policy, SPP, identifies nationally important carbon-rich soils, deep peat and priority peatland habitat as an area of significant protection. This resource is mapped at a broad scale on the Carbon and Peatland Map 2016. The siting of the wind farm within an area of significant protection does not in itself mean that the proposal is unacceptable, nor that carbon-rich soils, deep peat and priority peatland habitat will be adversely affected. The quality of peatland is often highly variable across an application site, and a detailed assessment is therefore required to identify the actual effects of the proposal. SPP requires that significant effects of the quality of these areas be substantially overcome by siting and other mitigation. Do you observe anything incorrect in what is stated in that opening paragraph from Nature Scott?
No.
So continuing, the Carbon and Peatland Map 2016 shows that the application site includes large areas of Class 2 nationally important carbon-rich soils, deep peat and priority peatland habitat. Those areas form part of the nationally important resource referred to as areas of significant protection. Is there anything incorrect in that paragraph?
No.
Okay. So moving on, site visits and survey work undertaken by SNH have confirmed that the site is dominated by blanket bog underpinned by deep peat. Indeed, all the turbine locations visited satisfy the criteria for nationally important carbon-rich soils, deep peat and priority peatland habitat. The same applies for the areas of blanket bog walked over in getting from one turbine location to the next. So Nature Scott here is stating that their view that the criteria for nationally important carbon-rich soils, deep peat and priority peatland habitat have been satisfied, not just by reference to a map, but have been informed by site visits and survey work that they have undertaken. Can I put it to you that this paragraph directly rebuts your assertion that Nature Scott's approach was that the national importance is regarded as only as such due to the listing of the study area as nationally important in the Carbon and Peatland Map?
No. This paragraph says that the visit determined that there was blanket bog present, and then it links it to the carbon-rich soils. They're basing it on the carbon-rich soils, deep peat and priority peatland habitats. In that, they visited the site, determined that it was blanket bog, and there's no, agreed with me that it was blanket bog, but made no further comment.
And are they entitled to take together the carbon-rich soil, deep peat and peatland habitat in assessment?
I'm sorry, you went off at the end there. Your sound went off.
Are they entitled to take together the carbon-rich soils, deep peat and priority peatland habitat when they're looking at their assessment?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. In looking at your inquiry report at 6.3.5, you're suggesting that Nature Scott has fallen victim to a shifting baseline syndrome.
I'm sorry, I've lost your sound again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
We're looking at your inquiry report at paragraph 6.3.5, where you're suggesting that Nature Scott has fallen victim to a shifting baseline syndrome. I wonder if you could explain to me what your evidence is for making that statement.
It is a statement that there is a tendency for people to see, to perceive what it is that they're looking at as in good condition. Without taking into account all of the factors that are provided or are around them. And I know that that's been termed a shifting baseline syndrome. It's possible that people have considered that. Also, yeah, that's.
Can we have a look at 6.4, paragraph 6.4 of your inquiry report?
Mm-hmm.
And do you still have available core document 2.1, the Nature Scott consultation report of response of 3rd September?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so in that consultation response at paragraph 15, if you have that in front of you.
Is there an electronic page number you have for that?
Oh, sorry, just give me a moment and I'll get that for you. I may have the wrong document reference here. So if you could give me just a moment.
CD 2.1 is, what was the document name that you were looking for?
I'm looking for a document which I think CD 2.1 may be the wrong document because I've got a reference to paragraph.
Dated 3rd of September 2018.
Yeah, in my notes I have reference to a paragraph number that clearly doesn't exist in this document, so I think that must be the wrong core document reference. But what I was hoping to address with you, and I might find the right document, or someone behind the scenes might find the right document reference for me. But this is I'm looking to explore a little with you about how you address SSSI selection criteria at this paragraph 6.4 in your inquiry report. And at 6.4.10, you conclude, Dr. Matthew, that Blarghour does not clearly meet any of the SSSI selection criteria set out by the JNCC, and so it is demonstrably and unambiguously not of national interest. And my question to you in relation to this was, if you take account of the fact that NVC community M19 and several of the other species commonly found at Blarghour were qualifying habitat quality features for SSSIs, would you have reached a different conclusion on that?
I'm sorry, repeat that, because M17, M19.
Yeah, if you take account of the fact that NVC community M19 and several of the species commonly found at Blarghour were qualifying habitat quality features for SSSIs, would you have come to a different conclusion?
M17 and M9 are blanket bog, but no, I don't come to a different conclusion. These are, I found no evidence that it met SSSI selection criteria.
Okay, and the reason I ask you about that is Dr. Cooper is clearly of the view that parts of the site satisfy the necessary quality criteria to be designated. And we can see that from his inquiry report, CD 14.8 at paragraph 2.21. I take it, again, this is just a point of professional difference of professional judgment between yourself and Dr. Cooper on that front.
Yes, Jack, sorry, what paragraph in his inquiry report? I don't seem to have a 221.
So 2 seconds, and I'll just double check. Oh, sorry, that's my transposition. It's paragraph 2.12. So Dr. Cooper's inquiry report, core document 14.8, paragraph 2.12. So what I was asking you is this a case of a difference of professional judgment between yourself and Dr. Cooper in this respect?
It seems to be a difference of opinion, certainly. I go through the SSSI selection criteria as I see relevant in table 13 of my evidence CD 14.4, and I discuss it in section 6 of my inquiry report.
We no doubt hear from Dr. Cooper when he gives his evidence about this matter, so we can move on from that. If we could have a look at paragraph 6.5.2 of your inquiry report, Dr. Massey. And there you're saying nowhere in the FOI material does it show that the field-based work completed as part of the Blarghour EIA, which follows standard methodology, or the ECIA, which followed agreed best practice guidance, was given due consideration in the NIP's deliberations. Instead, the NIP considerations of blanket bog habitat were based upon a series of qualitative yes/no judgments related to the SSSI selection criteria. Could we have a look at core document 8.3, which is the Nature Scott National Interest Panel checklist for Blarghour CD 8.3. And in particular, page 6 of that document, in the section with reference to Annex A of the guidance, what specific resources are adversely affected? Do you have that?
Yes.
Does the reporter have that? Great. Mr. Trinick, do you have that?
Could you give me the electronic page number, please?
It is electronic page number 6.
Thank you very much. That's brilliant.
We see here that under that heading, the starting point is that the Carbon and Peatland Map 2016 identifies that the majority of this proposal is located within an area of Class 2 nationally important carbon-rich soils, deep peat and priority peatland habitat, and then it references SPP, carbon-rich soils, deep peat and priority peatland habitat is a nationally important asset and afforded strong protection. Could you read out the next paragraph for me, please, Dr. Massey's, beginning although identified?
Although identified on the carbon and peatland maps 2016 as Class 2, the information provided in the ES suggests that Class 1 is more likely. This was confirmed by SNH's site visits on the 31st of August and 1st of September 2018.
So the reference there is to the information provided in the ES. Do you accept from this statement that NatureScot have clearly considered the information in the environmental statement?
Well, they wrote it there, but I said due consideration. And I think that the NIP, the National Interest Panel, weren't provided with the ES or with the associated technical appendices, and only parts of it, of the information, was provided to the National Interest Panel. Selected parts.
So you'll see there that NatureScot's conclusion is that it would indicate that the evidence supports this being Class 2 or perhaps Class 1 peatland, confirmed by its site visits in August-September 2018. There are 10 pages of detail for the panel to consider in this document 8.3. Is it your position that the panel didn't read or consider any of that, and that's why the NIP considered only a series of qualitative yes/no judgments in relation to SSSI selection criteria?
The information provided to them relating to the habitats did not take into full account all the information provided within the ES or the technical appendices, but just selections from it. The information provided from that spreadsheet is the only information that I consider that attempted to provide evidence for it.
And sorry, carry on.
No, that's okay.
In looking at paragraph 6.5.4 of your inquiry report, you say, were the NIP to visit the site and or be provided with the correct empirical evidence, it's highly likely that they would come to a wholly different conclusion with regard to the national interest of the blanket bog resources at Blarghour. Are you aware that Dr. Cooper was at the National Importance Panel and that he had visited the site?
Yes. However, the information provided, such as, yes, it's active bog, and yes, there is not very many drains. I'm referring here to that spreadsheet that we've looked at a couple of times already. There's no methods for that. There's no definitions for it. There's no information other than these yeses. I don't agree that that is suitable level of detail.
But you do accept that NatureScot have given regard to the environmental statement, although you say not due regard?
Not due regard.
And you say not due regard because they come to a different conclusion to the one that you would have wanted them to come to?
No, it's because they haven't considered that the site is degraded by grazing and drainage and other peatland management activities. They have based it on these qualitative answers of yes and no without giving due consideration to all the information on the site.
Can you give me an indication specifically what information from the statement the National Interest Panel have seen which would have made them draw a different conclusion?
Yes, each of the technical appendices related to the habitats to talk about drainage and grazing and and these are all independent reports written and provide details of that. In the ES chapter, we provide details of it being locally important and the impacts being minimised. And I think that that the ES clearly demonstrates that there is an avoidance of the sensitive habitats, most sensitive habitats, and minimisation where possible, and provides a substantial enhancement through the habitat management plans and other information that's been provided.
Again, are you suggesting that your difficulty is in fact with the fact that the National Interest Panel took a different view to the one expressed in the technical appendices and the conclusions that had been drawn from that information?
Well, yes, I think that they weren't provided with all the information and had a full sense of it being a pristine, near natural site, which I disagree with.
Can we have a quick look at paragraph 7.3.8 of your inquiry report, please, Dr. Massey? If you keep in front of you that core document 3, don't lose that. We'll come back to that. So at 7.3.8 of your inquiry report, do you see there, you're saying table 16 demonstrates how different aspects of potential predicted impacts of the proposed development were considered in relation to Blanket Bog resource at Blarghour. The consideration of these elements required as part of the ECIA, SNH's assumption of significant effects without considering all of those aspects does not accord with best practice guidance, which organisationally SNH supports and may have led to their overestimation of the potential impacts. Now, bearing in mind what you said there, looking back at core document 8.3, the Nature National Interest Panel checklist, and looking at page 7 of that document, you see the heading Blanket Bog about halfway down the page.
Mm-hmm.
Could you just read out for me the 2nd to 5th paragraphs under that heading, starting where the applicant's proposal?
Where the applicant's proposals causes concern for SNH is that they have not acknowledged the significance of the presence of this feature or taking meaningful steps to address it.
And just continuing down.
The ES also states that there are no areas of Class 1 peatland mapped within the site, setting aside that Class 1 and Class 2 only differ in the proportion of the vegetation cover, which is peatland habitat. Class 1, all, Class 2, dominated by, and that both classes are nationally important. The habitat surveys presented in the ES confirm that Class 1 is widespread across the site, albeit they don't express it in those terms.
And just continuing the next 2 paragraphs, please.
I'm not sure we need to read out verbatim bits of text. If we can maybe just take that, we can read it. And I'm sure that the witness is probably familiar with that. If we could just take your question, please.
Of course.
I'm actually getting a bit tired. Would it be okay if I just have a minute's break? Sorry, you're muted.
I was going to suggest that we should have a break. I appreciate that it is tiring for the witness, so will 5 minutes be sufficient for you? Yeah.
I'm happy if we want to take a break now, or indeed I'm nearly at the end with this cross-examination for this witness. So it depends whether the witness would prefer to carry on for another couple of minutes and reach the end of the cross-examination, or whether you prefer a break now.
I'm sorry, I would like a break now, just 2 minutes so I can take the headphones off for a second, if that's all right.
Okay, no, that's absolutely fine. We'll take 5 minutes now, and then we can come back. Just finish the cross examination. I'll have a few questions, and then we can hopefully tidy that away. So we'll take 5 minutes just now. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, much appreciated.
Okay, if I can ask parties to rejoin the call. Just to say that I do now, I've managed to actually get a printout of the map that we're talking about, and I've got it on screen. So I have that map if we want to go back. We want to go back to that. We'll just wait for the witness to join us first.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Are you okay to go on? And I know it does get quite tiring. I think it's something we have to be conscious of, just when we see that the witness gets frequent breaks. But if you don't mind, we'll pick up again then at that point. I was just saying that I have a copy of that map as well. If Ms. Jack can go back to that now. Thanks.
Okay, well, if we can just finish the point that we were dealing with, and then we'll back to the map, which helpfully has been circulated. And then I've only got one more thing to ask you about after that, so you'll be within minutes of coming to an end of this cross-examination. So we're looking at, sorry, I'm going to scroll back up. We were looking at this core document 8.3 and the paragraphs that you were looking at there on page, electronic page 7 of that document. And what I was going to ask you, having looked at what is set out there, this might be described as quite a succinct and useful summary of some of Nature Scott's concerns. Having looked at all of this and considered what's set out there, are you prepared to accept that Nature Scott has in fact looked in detail at the information provided by the applicant and has simply found the applicant's conclusions, for want of a better way of putting it, wanting in their eyes?
No, this paragraph here, the ES identifies a loss 9.32 hectares of unmodified blanket bog, taken together with small areas of bog in mosaics with other habitats. And SNH considers this a significant underestimation of the loss of priority habitats, which tellingly the ES describes as being of local importance. We followed ECIA guidance to estimate the importance, to consider the local importance, and we followed ECIA guidance to identify the land take metrics. So we need to take due consideration of ECIA guidelines and all the information contained within the ES describing the blanket bog and its condition.
So are you suggesting that Dr. Cooper would not have considered those matters in making his recommendations to the National Interest Panel?
It goes on to talk about typically and adds additional information there. He's not taking into account the detailed information in the ES and that we followed ECIA guidelines, didn't make our determination. And he doesn't use the same terms and same definitions of those terms for following that, as I understand it.
And so your view is that because he has used different language from the language that you would expect to see, that he hasn't taken matters into account?
Yes, I consider that it doesn't show a full portrayal of what is in the ES and how we followed the right guidelines to come up with our conclusions.
Okay. Can we look at the map which has now helpfully been circulated to people who's just going 5.4.1 of your inquiry statement, and we were just exploring the areas that were coloured the darkest purple, which I think was the M17A on the looking at previously, and I think you were going to give us some assistance just in relation to what we should be taking from the map and what can be found in the particular areas concerned. And I see in the version that's been provided now that helpfully M17A is red and M17 is now a sort of orangey colour, which makes it much easier to see. And in fact, I can actually see the numbers of the turbines now more clearly as well. So when we were speaking earlier, I think you had been, I think, talking about an area between turbines 16 and 17 at the southwest edge of the site. And I think I had been talking about the next grid box to the right, which is sitting with an area marked orange between turbine points 15 and 13. In looking at those areas, can you maybe just give us the guidance that you were going to offer before in relation to the situation of M17 at those locations?
Certainly. The M17A, which is the highest quality MVC community on the site in the condition that we have on the site, is avoided by the design and is depicted in red to the north and to the south. The M17, which is a degraded form of M17 habitat, not given a little letter after the M17, and certainly impacted by grazing and drainage. That's depicted in orange. The darker purple is where there is a matrix of M19 and M17. And the lighter purple is the M19, which is the community which is most of the development is based on. The sort of bluey colour is the M19 matrixed with other habitats like acid grassland, not blanket bog.
That's much easier to see on this map, and thank you for that explanation. That's very helpful. I think the only other thing that I'd wanted to ask you about in relation to this map was this question of the 30-metre zone of influence that we've spoken about earlier, and whether you can help us in relation to these areas of M17A and M17 and the location of the access tracks, and whether or not, taking into account that 30-metre zone of influence, whether there would be any impact on these areas of M17 and M17A as shown on this map.
Well, the drains aren't maps on this map, so it's difficult for me to give you an exact comment. But of course, drainage the impacts of drainage can be variable in its extent. And 30 metres is what is used as in the PCA peatland condition assessment. But of course, it will depend on the drain and on the habitat that's present about how much.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful.
Just because we're on that map, if you don't mind, and just to save time of going back to in my questions, obviously we've got the purple, the deep purple, which is the M19, M17 matrix, and there is some interaction between the infrastructure and that area. Is that, I mean, if we take the legend as a sort of hierarchy of habitat, if you like, then is that something of more concern then?
Within that area, there are patches of M17 17 within the M19. I can't remember off the top of my head what the ratio was at that particular point. However, I did visit as T18. That is in this. I think was it T16. Sorry, that is in the centre of it.
Yes, it's 16.
16. And at that particular location, the habitat was M19. What the matrix does is allow you to say that their habitats are transitioning in and out of each other. It's a resolution that's hard to define in the map.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
There was. Oh, sorry, Mr. Trinick.
We're losing some people. I think, has Jennifer Jack gone offline? And I lost the witness just for a moment. She's come back.
No, I'm still here, Mr. Trinick.
I can still see everyone. Is it a problem with you, Mr. Trinick? I'm still seeing everyone.
I don't think so. It's just there's no video. The video seems to have gone off for the witness and for Ms. Jack at the moment. And yours has just come back on again, but only now.
If it assists, I can see the reporter and the witness and you, Mr. Trinick. So it may be that there's a buffering issue at your end or something.
Maybe. I mean, I can hear, so carry on. It doesn't matter.
Okay, if we can carry on then to conclude your...
That's fine. So I was going to finally, Dr. Massey, take you to 7.4.10 in your inquiry report. And you're talking there about it being the applicant's contention that the scale of the potential benefits in terms of wildlife habitats and carbon sequestration of the proposed blanket bog enhancement works at Blarghour would far exceed the adverse effects wildlife habitats and carbon sequestration predicted. SNH's approach is particularly surprising given the Scottish Government's policy direction on the urgency of tackling Scotland's climate emergency. Now, this is clearly not the policy session, but as you have raised the Scottish Government's policy direction, I wonder if we could have a very quick look at one of the leaked documents that has come in, which is CD 6.30, which is the Committee on Climate Change October 2020 Progress Report to Parliament on Reducing Emissions in Scotland. Do you have that available?
Yes.
No, I don't intend to take you to any great deal of detail on this because this isn't the policy session, but just as you've raised Scottish Government's policy direction, have you had an opportunity to look at this document at all, Dr. Massey?
No, not in detail.
No. I was just going to refer you to a couple of points in the document. Firstly, at electronic page 12, sorry, I'm just getting to the right place in the document myself, if you just give me a second. You may find, like me, that once you have too many PDFs open, the whole computer slows down quite significantly. Yeah, I was just going to draw your attention to at electronic page 12, below the final bullet point on that page that says Glasgow's role as host city, After that bullet point, there's a paragraph that begins in recent years.
I'm sorry, I don't have the electronic page. I only have a hard copy.
Oh, this is at page 11 then on the hard copy.
Thank you.
It's the second last paragraph on that page.
Okay.
And it was just the final words in that second last paragraph, showing that financial support is being given for peatland restoration in the next decade. And you may be aware that in the policy following Scottish Government has set new targets for peatland restoration, and there are various references throughout this document to increased targets for peatland restoration, etc. Given all of that and the financial contributions that Scottish Government are indicating that they are making to peatland restoration, mentioned in this document and more generally in recent commentary, what's your view on the impact that building a wind farm at Blarghour would have in relation to reducing the potential for peatland and peatland restoration? Do you consider that building a wind farm at Blarghour would reduce the potential for the maximisation of contribution from peatland and for peatland restoration?
No. The applicant has applied lots of measures for improving the habitats at Blarghour, including reduced grazing pressure, drainage ditch blocking, hag reprofiling, and there are no plans other than the applicants to provide any habitat restoration. At Blarghour.
Okay, I don't have any other questions for you, so I'm happy to close my cross-examination there and hand back to the reporter. Thank you very much for all of your assistance, Dr. Massey.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Now, I'll have just a few questions. Just give me a second just to organise that. I'll be with you. Okay. Now, I don't want to sort of go over ground, and I think we've gone over a lot of ground, so I don't want to sort of go over ground that we've already done. But it was really just, I suppose, to understand the difference between the Nature Scot evidence and yours, and it just to sum it up in my mind, it seems to be on the relative value that is being placed on habitat. Is that a correct assumption?
Yes, I valued the habitat at Blarghour following ECIA guidelines.
Yeah, so not just the relative value you've placed, but the way in which you've assessed it as well then. It's these two components.
Yes, and I followed the methodology that's agreed upon and followed ECIA best practice guidance to determine the importance of the blanket bog resource.
Okay. Now, as the assessor, you followed that guidance and did a comprehensive study. Do you think it's realistic or reasonable to have expected Nature Scot to do a similar thing, or was it reasonable for them to apply their expertise and assess what you had done and perhaps express their conclusions somewhat differently? Is that a difference in terms of the approach?
I expect them to take into consideration the guidelines that are specified, which are ECIA guidelines. I do expect that to be taken into account.
Okay, but you wouldn't have expected them to have carried out a survey at the same level of detail that you did. It was more of a critique of what I'm trying to get to, what you would have expected them to have done.
Well, I certainly would have expected methods and definitions to be supplied for how they went about their site surveys and how they went about the determination, and I would expect those to be scientifically rigorous and follow the agreed practices that we use.
Okay, and we have rehearsed a lot of that, so I don't want to go back into that. It appeared to me that Nature Scott Witness didn't make any real distinction between Class 1 and Class 2. Is that something that I just wanted to get your view on that.
My view on the Class 1 and Class 2, I don't know if you want to go to those definitions, but they are a broad scale. We have fantastic ways of expressing our habitats via the MVC and via the Phase 1 habitat surveys, and there are other surveys, but it doesn't go into that sort of detail. It's just a broad overview that has specific words that identify where the differences are.
Okay, but would you accept that there's not really much difference in terms of looking at Class 1 and Class 2 and what we should value in terms of the habitat?
I think the key terms are restoration potential, and I think there's a terminology that the difference in the sentences are all or dominated by, and those are the differences.
Okay, and Class 2, if restoration could be achieved, could get close, go back to being close to Class 1. Would that be an assumption?
Yes, restoration. There is restoration potential, and I think that's important to pick up on. Yeah, that's true.
Okay, and then on your it's just to clarify that I've got this distinction between M19 and M17. These you say in your inquiry report that active bog is not just about vegetation, but when we're talking about M19 and M17A, etc., these classifications, we are talking there about vegetation, aren't we?
Yes, those are to do with the vegetation, and the vegetation gives us indications of other influences such as waterlogging and grazing and burning. The other influences on activity are things like waterlogging and also larger things like a nutrient deposition.
Mm-hmm. So the fact that we can find evidence of sphagnum moss within M19, which is your degraded category of vegetation, mm-hmm. we also have to look at the finer grain of how wet that habitat is.
Yes, and
ascertain its value. It's not just there's sphagnum moss, so it must be important and we need to preserve it.
That's very true. Sphagnum, the different sphagnum species, some are more peat forming than other species. Sphagnum capifolium, which is the one that we see over much of the M19, is not considered to be a key peat forming species, for example. That species you can also find in dry heath habitats over scree, where it's clearly not peat forming, over scree and rocks. So sphagnum presence does not equal activity, not necessarily. It depends on the species that's there.
And is it your view that not having done the finer grain of assessment that you carried out in accordance with the guidelines, that SNH may have, or Nature Scott, sorry, may have jumped to conclusions perhaps about the quality of the bog and its status as active bog?
Possibly. I think Yes, possibly.
It's just trying to get to a view as to whether they, this view as to whether how they came to overvalue it, in your assessment of, because you carried out a finer grain of assessment. Do you think having done it at a more strategic level, that may have led them to the wrong conclusion?
Yes, I think that's possible.
Okay, thank you. No, I was just trying to understand that how we've arrived at quite different views between two professional witnesses and we've still got to hear from the evidence from Nature Scott at a later date. Now, it was put to you that, and I realise you're getting a bit tired, but we're coming very close to the end now. If you can just bear with me a second. This idea that peatland is so important in a national context that you may have underplayed its value just because it's more common in Scotland. Could you just clarify that for me, please?
Blanket bog across Scotland can be burnt for grouse shooting, can be cut for peat cuttings, can be used for sheep grazing, can have drains on it, can have lots of management activities on it. So now I'm sorry, I've forgotten the start of the question.
No, that's absolutely fine. I think I've taken your point from that anyway. And then just a final question then about the correlation between the depth of the peat and the value of the habitat. Is that something, perhaps that's the evidence of Dr. Mills that I need to rely on to get an understanding of that, or is that something that you can touch on for us?
I can't comment on the value of the deep peat, only on the habitat, really.
Is that something that Mr. Mills' evidence will cover? Perhaps
yes, I think so. Yeah.
Perhaps Mr. Tinnock can pick up on that point for me. That's fine. And okay, I'm content, I think, to leave it at that. I think I've ticked off all the questions during the course of the evidence we've heard today. Now, the only, you look like you might need another short break. Do you want another short break before Mr. Tinnock comes back?
There's no need, ma'am. There is no re-examination. I have no re-examination.
There's no re-examination. Okay, that's absolutely fine. So it just remains then for me to thank you very much, and you can go off and have a well-earned rest. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, let's have a little recap. We're at 15:40, so we're a little later than we thought we'd be. We would move on now to your second witness, Mr. Tinnock. Any thoughts of how we're doing progress-wise, Mr.
Tinnock? I think the evidence chief is going to be a lot shorter than it was for Kate Massey. We'll take the recognition completely as read. I've got a number of points that may take us 20 minutes or so. And therefore, I would expect cross-examination to start in Miss Jack Sands as to how far we get with that. We're going to have a very long day tomorrow to finish off Dr. Cooper. I've got a lot of cross-examination for him. Let's see how we go.
Okay, so we're starting at 9:30 tomorrow, so we've got a slightly longer day, and we can get quite straight into the evidence. So, okay, so shall we move then on to your second witness, Mr. Tinnock, please?
Yes, I'll need a few minutes because he has to go to the other room and get set up. So can we have? Sorry.
Yes, we'll have another 5-minute break then. Just before we do, Ms. Jack, did you have anything you wanted to raise in terms of how timing's going?
No, if we're not having such lengthy examination for the second witness, then we'll be able to make better progress. I am anticipating that I may have an with this witness, maybe slightly longer, just depending on the level of detailed answers to the questions. So it does mean that, as Mr. Trenick indicates, we're going to have quite a long day tomorrow.
Okay, that's fine. We'll take a few minutes, 5 minutes then, for the next witness to get set up. Okay, thank you. Thank you. If I can ask parties to join the room again, please, when you're ready.
If I could just check that everybody can hear me, because we've had to switch mic, obviously, for health and safety reasons.
I can hear you, Dr.
Welcome, Dr. Mills. I can hear you loud and clear. Miss Jack? That's grand. Just before we start this session, I didn't ask the question. Do we need to give the map, the new map? Do we need to give that a document reference number? So I'll need to have it uploaded onto the
Should we
system.
Call it CD91, 791? That'll be the next logical
CD7
series number, I think.
Because on the email it's referred to as CD 14.4, but that wouldn't
Oh. Yeah, that's 14.4. That's the originating. I think we ought to give this a separate number.
Yeah, okay, so
Dr. Mills, had to be warned, whatever you do in the room makes a noise. So be careful. Okay.
Yeah, if you can turn, when you're not speaking, if you turn your mic off, because we won't hear you documents. Miss Jack?
Yes, just before we begin with Dr. Mills, in relation to the question mark over document 7.87 and the 2018 or 2016 version of it, I'm told by those instructing me that if it will assist matters, they can produce to the inquiry a copy of the version of the document from 2016 and a copy of the document from 2018, clearly showing which are each document. I gather there are minimal changes between them, but that might help to clarify the information that was or was not available at relevant times. If that would be of assistance to the inquiry, then we can get those emailed over to the DPEA before the end of today, and we can perhaps address those once the applicants team have had a chance to look at them overnight tomorrow.
Mr. Trinick?
No, I'm not sure that's going to help. We were unaware of either document until any instruction until that was produced to us last week. It was described as being a 2018 document. It's now before the inquiry. What it might have said in 2016, I can't say how that really helps. The fact that Rambol, in a letter, in whatever the document number was, might have referred to it. And I don't know whether they did or not. That was of no assistance to my witnesses in preparing for this inquiry. We had no idea that this instruction note existed. So I don't think it really helps to produce yet another version of a document we hadn't seen until last week.
Well, there have been other documents lodged that weren't seen until more recently. I did make a ruling that we would admit that as evidence. So I think it does have to come out in evidence, really, what is relevance or otherwise will be. So it'll have to be addressed by a witness at some point, given that it has been accepted. Mr. Trinick?
I'm not sure that really answers my point. I mean, the very existence of the CD 787 was unknown to, and how could it have been known to anybody in the applicant's team until last week, when it was produced with the explanation it wasn't available on the hyperlink. If there's an earlier version of it that might have been referred to by somebody who's not at this inquiry. That doesn't help my witnesses. It doesn't help me. I don't object to it coming in. I'm just saying I don't think it's really going to help. I'm not going to interrogate an earlier document. I won't be using it. I'll be going to CD 787. Ma'am, you're on mute.
Miss Jack, how crucial was this document? Is it something that you were intending to rely on?
I'm content to rely upon CD 87, which is already a core document. It was purely with a view to assisting in clarifying any dubiety about what document had been available to advisors to the applicant at the relevant date, referred to in the other core documents, which I mentioned earlier. The purpose of the document is as background to give an understanding of considerations that Dr. Cooper would be able to speak to in his evidence. But if the applicants don't think it necessary to have the 2016 version for comparison purposes, then I don't have strong views on it. I simply thought that it might be of assistance given this issue of dubiety had already been raised, and it would help to clarify the position.
Okay, I think we should perhaps stick with CD 7.87 for now, and we can see what comes out in evidence and what its relevance is going to be, and you know, I can take a view on that accordingly. Are we content to leave it at that just now, Mr. Trinick?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, if we can move on then to your next witness, Mr. Trinick, if you could, please.
Thank you, ma'am. I call Dr. Mills. Dr. Mills, you're a geomorphologist, a chartered geologist, and the co-director of East Point Geo Limited. I held a PhD in peatland geomorphology. Can you tell us more about your qualifications and experience in section 1 of your precognition, which we will take as read? So moving on to additional questions, I will start straight away with a point raised by the reporter towards the end of the evidence of Dr. Massey, and it concerns deep peat, and I think you want to make some comment about the importance. I think I'm asking the question that the reporter wanted me to ask, but ma'am, you'll tell me if I'm not. The importance and relevance of deep peat in connection with class 1 and 2 soils. So
yes, yes, I do deal with deep peat in my inquiry report. So those aspects are considered in.
Dr. Mills, you're going to have the same problem as Dr. Massey. You need to keep your voice up or put the headphones on.
Okay, I'm hearing out of the laptop, not my headset. Can you hear me better with this on?
That's much better.
A lot better.
I'll keep this on. Yes, I'll consider deep peat in my evidence. It's in my inquiry report.
Yes, would you like to do so now in that case, in response to my question? It was the reporter's question, really. She asked Dr. Massey. Ma'am, I'm going to break the tradition and ask you to put your point to Dr. Mills, that Dr. Massey, she deferred to Dr. Mills. Then we'll get the right point across.
Thank you. I'll just have to remind myself what that question was. Yeah, it was to get an understanding as a layperson in all of this of the correlation between the depth of peat and the quality of the habitat, and if there is such a correlation, and it was just to try and understand that point.
Absolutely. Generally speaking, the deeper the peat, the higher the quality of the habitat, because the peat's been there for longer. Deeper peat is often wetter if it's not degraded by management or natural processes. So there can be a correlation between the depth of peat and the quality of the habitat that sits on top of it, but the habitat can equally, high quality habitat can equally occur in very shallow peat. It can even occur in soils that aren't classified as peat in terms of their depth. So in organic soils that are less than 0.5 metre deep that aren't classified as peat, you can still get some very high quality habitats. So it's not clear cut as with all things. It's a grey area and it varies.
Yeah, it was It's just that in one of the versions of the land management plan, which I think was perhaps an earlier version, there was an indication that there would be an avoidance of areas of greater than 1.5 metres of peat. And I just wondered, in a Blarghour context, what would be the sort of depth of peat that would be movement sensitive, if you like, or is it possible to comment on that?
I don't think you can assign a depth threshold beyond which peat has a greater value from the point of view of habitat. The quality of the habitat has to be determined by an ecologist doing ECIA work. It's not something that the depth of peat can be used as a proxy for.
Okay, I'm content to leave it at that. I can maybe come back to any points that occur to me during the course of your evidence. Thank you. Mr. Tunick, if we can come back to you, please.
It would help if I unmuted, wouldn't it? Sorry. Dr. Mills, would you take up Dr. Cooper's inquiry report, which is CD 14.8, paragraph 6.6, and I seem to have the physical page number there, not the electronic page. Paragraph 6.6, anyway.
Yep.
And would those who need to read the sentence in the PLMP from the fifth line to the end, and let me know when you've done that, and there'll be a question.
In the PLMP, CD 746.
No need to read it out. I've asked others just to read it themselves. Let me know, reporter and Miss Jack, when you've done that. Thank you. How do you want to respond to that? First of all, do we need documents out? I think CD 14.6, which are your inquiry figures, is that right?
Yeah, that's electronic page number 15 in CD 14.6.
Okay, well, let's go to that one first, do it one by one. So what do you say in response to what Dr. Cooper says in that paragraph?
Well, my first point is I would disagree that 15.9 kilometres is representative of the extent of loss, either indirect or absolute, simply because there are lengths of track across the site.
Keep it slow, Dr. Mills, please.
There are lengths of track on the site that are in areas which are not peat. So on figure 14, areas that are shown to be 0.0 to 0.5 are organic soils, and there are lengths of track in those areas to a greater extent in the south of the site and to a lesser extent in the north. So those lengths of track are not in a peatland area. So there will be no loss of peatland function because there is not peat local to the tracks in those areas. So that's my first point. Could I take you to a second document, please? Which is CD 1.9, the peat management plan, which is technical appendix 2.2.
Dr. Mills, tell you what, do that, but let me put the point to you before you fire away, if you don't mind. Through the reporter and Miss Jack, have you got CD 1.9? Have you got that document? It's TA 2.2, table 5.1, electronic page 20.
This is obviously, it's split up into all the appendices, so I need a more detailed reference.
There's an apology.
Are people there?
everybody has technical appendix 2.2, electronic page number 20.
Appendix 2.2 and then page 20.
Yeah.
Page 20. It's table 5.1.
Is that the electronic page number?
Yes.
Yeah, I've got that. Thank you.
Ms. Jackie, are you there? Carry on, please, Dr. Mills.
Okay, this is a table showing different types of infrastructure and their overlap with peat. In the first column, in the first row, you'll see the second bullet. Sorry, yeah, the second bullet states that 2.5 kilometres of new access track will be floated. Floating track does not excavate peat, and neither is the floating track as designed, accompanied by a drain cut next to the track. So this is a track with no trackside drainage. If you wish to refer to it, figure 2.11 in CD 1.7 will show the absence of a track in the indicative track design. If you want to look at that.
No, we don't need to. It's just a reference.
That's
yes.
So that's a second reason that 15.9 kilometres isn't representative. Note that the floating track is built in the areas of peat exceeding 1 metre in depth, and this is part of the inherent mitigation in design. So we can add that to the lengths of track that are not built in peat. Thirdly,
Dr. Mills, please slow down. Wait for me, please, because people have got to get to the right point. You then want to refer to the peat management plan again at sections 441 and 442. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's electronic page what?
Electronic pages 14 and 15.
Thank you. People let me know when they're there. Are you there, ma'am? Are you okay? Thank you. Okay, Dr. Mills, go on. Take it slowly, please.
Will do. This is a section about how floating access tracks will be designed. I take you to the third bullet under design of floating access tracks, beginning on gently sloping ground. And if I could read this out, on gently sloping ground and where the access track runs transverse to the prevailing slope, accommodating natural hydrological pathways such as flushes and peat pipes through installation of a permanent conduit within or underneath the track, and allowing for as much diffused discharge while minimising disturbance to existing peatland on the downslope as possible. What this describes is mitigation built into the track design to allow existing drainage pathways in peat, which are a natural feature of peatlands, to pass from the upslope side of a track to the downslope side of a track and maintain its hydrological function. So this is present within all the floating track areas.
All right.
If I could then take you to the equivalent bullet for excavated access tracks, which is on the second page, so electronic page 15.
Yes.
You'll see at the bottom of the page, the fourth bullet under excavated access tracks, a similar statement: culverts and cross drains should be installed under excavated tracks to maintain subsurface drainage pathways such as natural soil pipes and flushes. Discharge from constructed drainage should allow for as much diffuse dispersion of clean water as possible while minimising disturbance to existing peatland as far as possible. So this is the mitigation inherent in the design for excavated track, which is the other form of track present on site in peaty areas, typically between 0.5 metres in depth and 1 metre in depth. And then finally, if I could take you to page 16, you'll see near the top of the page a sentence beginning with, "As with floating tracks, monitoring should be scheduled post-construction to ensure that hydrological pathways and track integrity have been suitably maintained. So this is a commitment to ensure that that drainage function is maintained through all areas where tracks are built in peat across the site.
And so, sorry, feedback there. And so in conclusion, so far as what Dr. Cooper has said, what are your concluding comments on this point?
My concluding comments are that the use of the 15.9 kilometres of new track certainly don't represent absolute loss and don't represent loss of function either, because of inherent mitigation built into the design.
Thank you for that.
Sorry,
would you go to...
I didn't quite catch
Sorry.
if that your answer there. Sorry to make you go back and answer it again, but I just didn't catch what you said in the first.
That's quite all right. Essentially, because of these measures built into the design of the tracks, there shouldn't be 15.9 kilometres worth of absolute loss or loss of function associated with the track, because the track has mitigation built into it to enable the hydrological function of the blanket bog to be preserved as far as possible.
Okay, the next point. Hang on. Ma'am, are you getting feedback? Because there's some microphone feedback
Getting quite
coming.
Is maybe when the applicant's not speaking, if he could turn his microphone off, that might help.
Can we try that, Dr. Mills? We are trying that. That removes it. That's good. For some reason, there's a feedback that wasn't present when Dr. Massey was giving evidence. We'll try and sort that by tomorrow. Dr. Mills, if we go to Dr. Cooper's inquiry report at 7:18. SNH therefore considers that although more or a greater length of drains will be blocked than dug, the net benefit cannot at this stage be determined. Now, what Dr. Cooper is addressing here is the mitigation or enhancement, whichever it is, restoring drained peat by drain blocking. And how do you respond to what Dr. Cooper says there?
Well, I disagree with Dr. Cooper on the issue of net benefits for the following reasons. Dr. Cooper states that more drains will be blocked than will be dug, and this in itself is a clear net benefit under the assumption that drain blocking is effective. And peatland action as an initiative, to which Dr. Cooper refers in paragraph 2.7 of his inquiry report, but there's no need to go to that paragraph, is underpinned by an assumption that drain blocking is an effective peatland restoration technique. Secondly, as I've noted, no drains will be dug for floating track, and a proportion of track is not in peat. Therefore, the potential impact, which I previously discussed, is overstated. Thirdly, trackside drains will be cut into the peat surface in order to capture surface overland flow. So that's water moving within the top layers of the bog, not down to the underlying bedrock, which is the case for the extensive existing drains that have been cut across the site.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you turn your microphone off again now, if you would? Sorry about this. Would you now go again to Dr. Cooper's inquiry report at paragraph 721, subparagraph small Roman numeral 3, and I'll let people just read what that says. It starts drain blocking. Now, I want you to take the answer to this in two parts. The first part involves people going to CD 7.5 at electronic page 6, please. And if people are ready, Dr. Mills, would you like to take us through the first part of your answer using that document?
I've already indicated why I believe the scale of drain blocking proposed in the LMP to be proportionate to the potential impact. since the impact is less than stated by Dr. Cooper, and therefore site-wide drain blocking is not merited. The impact is also likely to be substantially smaller than the impact from the existing drainage network, which comprises over 100 kilometres of drains, and from the additional eroded areas. If you look at CD 7.5, EPG page 6, and look at photo 3 in the bottom left-hand corner, this is from the peatland condition assessment document, you'll see a statement that this gully system, which is indicative of some of the eroded areas at Blarghour, is still acting as a drain. So we have 100 kilometres of existing artificial drains that have been cut into the site, plus the additional hagged and gullied areas that have been referred to already today that are also acting as drains. So that's the first part of my response. I need to go to the second document now.
The second part is to put your microphone off again. Sorry, we're having a real problem here. Apologise. Takes us to CD 12.7, which is the land management plan, at electronic page 4, please.
If we look in the bottom right of electronic page 4, restoring
Dr. Mills, wait until we see the document. Are you there, the reporter and Miss Jack? I'm waiting for Miss Jack. Okay, carry on, Dr. Mills.
in the bottom right of that page, restoring drained peat by drain blocking. The LMP proposes blocking of drains in areas of peat greater than 1 metre in depth and within 50 metres of the development infrastructure, i.e. a 100-metre corridor centred on the access tracks. Blocking using peat dams is proposed, in which peat is scraped into the drain axis by a low ground pressure excavator. Now, the reason that 50 metres has been specified is it limits the trafficking of plant, which is excavators or diggers that are required to undertake this work, far beyond the footprint of the infrastructure. All of the work to block drains would occur close to tracks, and this would limit trafficking of plant over habitats some distance from the proposed wind farm infrastructure. In so doing, it focuses mitigation on existing drainage impacts within the construction envelope or near the construction envelope, and provides opportunity for habitat enhancement in the areas about which SNH have the greatest concerns with regard to impacts from the wind farm.
Thank you. Again, could you turn your microphone off for the moment? If you go to Dr. Cooper's report, at Inquiry Report CD 14.8, paragraph 8.5, where he says of those other wind farm proposals to which SNH has objected outright, the most relevant to this case is Naverdale in Sutherland. The Highland Council refused planning permission. The case was subject to appeal. In order to respond, I think you need one document out, and that is your appendices CD 14.6. If people go to electronic page 8, it should be table 2. People let me know when they've got there. I'll let Dr. Mills answer. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Mills, how do you respond to that, please?
I have 2 points. The table shows a review undertaken in support of my inquiry report into section 36 applications to enable comparison of Blarghour with sites of similar size in terms of turbine numbers and potential energy generation, and therefore a similar potential balance between impacts and benefits. Naverdale isn't a section 36 application and isn't of comparable scale. In respect of the table I produced, I'm unable to comment on depths at Naverdale since these are not provided in CD 10.5, which is SNH's document reference for Naverdale. I'm unable to comment on the overlap of infrastructure with deep peat for the same reasons that information is not provided. You'll note that in the table in my inquiry report, I provide metrics on peat excavation and the sources of these metrics in a lengthy set of pages on the end of this annex, pages 19 to 200. Based on the metrics in that table, if I might draw your attention to figures 5 and 6 in my inquiry report, which is electronic page 9. I assume everybody it was the next page, if everybody has got that in front of them. Okay.
Carry on, please.
The information I collated shows that Blarghour is not exceptional in terms of peat volumes excavated, nor overlap with Class 2 or Class 1 soils. You'll see Blarghour plotted on a chart of number of turbines against excavation volume on the upper chart, and you'll see Blarghour plotted on the same in the same format on the lower chart, but showing whether there's an objection or not. And in both cases, Blarghour is well down the list in terms of the amount of peat excavated. It's also in Class 2, which is the yellow circle, and a number of the sites with greater excavation volumes are in Class 1, denoted by the bright pink circles that you see. Therefore, the impacts in relation to peat volume and carbon, which peat depth can be used as a proxy for, as can peat volume, are comparable for those sites. And it's unclear to me why Blarghour stands out from all of these other sites, many of which have been consented.
Thank you. You're again. Could you turn off your microphone for a moment? Thanks. Finally, go please to CD 83 on electronic page 6, the third paragraph. When people get there, it starts. The application proposes that the sentence I want to take you to is the last sentence. Dr. Mills, your microphone, please. It's causing problems. So it's off, is it? I don't know what's happening. The last sentence of that paragraph, the peak depth of those turbines cited on Blanket Bog ranges up to 1.8 meters. Now, to answer this point, people will need, to look at this point, people will need CD19. This is the peak management plan again, at electronic page 10. Let me know when you got there.
Mr. Trinick, could you let us know which part of the appendix it is? Because this is, again, this document where the reporter and I have it in multiple PDFs.
Well, it's Technical Appendix 2.2, and within that, electronic page 10.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that. It should have been clearer. You'll know it when you see table 2.2. Are you there, ma'am? Yes. And we'll just see if Miss Jack is there. Thanks very much. Okay, Dr. Mills, how do you respond to what Dr. Cooper says? How do you respond to what's said in this document?
In my view, the use of a maximum peat depth, which is the stated 1.8 meters, in summarising the potential effects of infrastructure on peat to the National Interest Panel is misleading. The reporter will note from table 2.2 on page 10 that this depth applies to only 2 of the 17 turbines, T8 and T17. and that the average depth at turbine locations is 0.8 metres, which is not shown on this table, but it's shown on table 5.1, which we'll need to go to next, in fact.
Sorry,
if you could now go to table 5, if you could now go to table 5.1.
5.1.
It's a multi-page table. Which bit do you want us to go to?
In the first instance, if you could please go to electronic page 22.
22. Okay. Right, carry on.
Okay, you'll see the first row of electronic page 22 under turbine foundations in the first column with it lists 17 turbines. It says the average excavation of 28 meters diameter occurs over on an average depth of 0.8 meters. So that's where the average thickness of peat at turbines comes from. So that's the first point. If you could please then go up to page 21. In fact, it would be better to go to page 20. Apologies. Okay, you'll see the in the first column again under excavated access tracks, and you'll see the same for floating access tracks on the next page. Actually, no, just for excavated access track, that the average depth of peat or peaty soil is 0.68 meters. So the point to take here is that between turbines, which have an average depth of 0.8 meters, and access tracks that are excavated with an average depth of 0.68 meters, these are both substantially less than the 1.8 meters figure used as a summary of peat depths in the National Interest Panel document. And I believe this 1.8 meters value overstates the impact in that document.
Thank you very much. Would you please stay there? There may be some questions for you. But, ma'am, before the cross-examination starts, I invite one member of my team to go in and see if we can do something about the volume control on the headphones, I think it is, which is causing a feedback which wasn't present when Massey was giving evidence. I don't know what's causing it, but there is an issue there.
Okay, thank you. I would also caution that it is 4:30, and I wouldn't want to go beyond 5 o'clock in case any of my people have got commitments, work commitments that they have to honour after that.
Well, we can start. We're starting at 9:30 tomorrow. I'm in Ms. Jack's hands. If she wants to do a swift half an hour now, that's fine. Or not. It's been quite a long day, ma'am. I have to say, doing this electronically is undoubtedly more tiring than doing it physically.
Yeah, I think particularly for the witness who doesn't have the benefit of having things at hand and having things passed to them, I think it is quite tiring. But Miss Jack, thoughts on timing?
Well, I would agree that I think it's been probably quite a tiring day for everybody, particularly having to search for electronic documents and juggle multiple screens, etc. It requires a good degree of concentration. So I would be content to start, but likewise, it would probably be my preference to start tomorrow actually, and have a run at it fresh with the witness when we're all feeling a bit have sort of energy and concentration levels. I am conscious that I probably have, and I can look at my notes and try and see if there's anything that I can cut back, but as with the previous witness, I probably have maybe an hour and a half of cross-examination to get through with this witness. So I should say that I don't intend to be long with Dr. Cooper in examination in chief, so we should be able to get pretty swiftly onto his cross-examination. tomorrow. So if that assists in terms of the sort of timings for things, then that's how I would see matters.
That does help, but I should warn people I've probably got 4 hours at least with Dr. Cooper. So we may stray, ma'am, into Thursday morning. We'll try not to. We'll see how we go.
Yeah. Sorry, do people feel that we'll have time on Thursday? I mean, my feeling was that there perhaps wasn't as much ground to cover on the landscape evidence. I don't know if you would share that view.
I entirely share that view, ma'am. It's one of those cases where probably a realistic estimate of our cross-examination of Carol Anderson is no more than an hour and a half, which is much less than normal.
So perhaps gives us a little wiggle room in case we have to go into Thursday. I see Mr. O'Carroll has joined us. Were there any observations you wanted to make in terms of progress?
Yes, ma'am. I've been hearing everything actually, and I just thought I'd chime in because you're discussing the LVI evidence, and I agree with Mr. Trinick that it will be quite short, and I wouldn't imagine it'd be any more than 2 hours with my own cross-examination, perhaps less.
Okay, so it should give us a little wiggle room in the event that we have. I mean, it'd be my preference if we don't have to go into Thursday, but if we do, I mean, it's important that we hear the evidence and don't take shortcuts to make sure that we've gone through everything thoroughly. Anything else? I think we should just close now because I think it is perhaps a bit late in the day to start on the cross-examination. That would be my preference. So if we're all agreeable to that, I would just close for today and pick up with Miss Jack's cross-examination in the morning. Is everyone content with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Jack?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anything else at all that anyone wants to raise before we close today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. And I'll see you in the morning at 9:30. Again, if you can join the call earlier, at least by quarter past rather, in case we've got any technical problems, it would help to iron out. Thank you all very much for your time today. Thank you. Bye.